Ah, beep 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 beep. Is it working? Is it working? Chat's not moving. Oh, there we go. Hello, gamers. Yeah, I can't use that subtitle thing, I don't think. I think that subtitle thing is just crashing my entire computer. Because yesterday when I played Overwatch with that off, it didn't do anything. Like it didn't... My computer was fine, so... Whatever. Whatever. Mass Standard, thank you. Finally part 2 to the infamous Singapore stream. I hope it was worth the wait. Made another room for this and then this came from Restream. Which one is live? I don't understand. Why did it not go live with the room that I said? Ah! Yeah, that's annoying. Everything is so annoying. Everything is so obnoxious. What do you mean chat is disabled for this stream? What do you mean chat is disabled for the fucking stream? Oh my god. Why? 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 Live chat is disabled for this video. I'm gonna fucking lose my mind, chat. Oh, because I accidentally set it to 4 kids. Okay, now will it work? Is it still disabled? Okay. Ah, this shit sucks. Ah, this shit sucks. Resurrection, we're free, yeah. It's that karmic balancing, chat. It's because I had too much fun playing Overwatch. Everything else has to go wrong. Everything else has to go wrong. Jesus Christ. All good now. Should be all good now. It's okay, Scuff Bunny. Yeah. Welcome, thank you. I did get a second notification in a day for this. That's nice. That's surprising. Margaret, thank you for the 5 GPPs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Background noise, thank you. We see you, Rabbit. Still, thank you. Mike Tyson or Jake Paul? Who do you reckon will win? Jake Paul, because it's gonna be rigged for him to win. Private Kane, thank you. Take your time, we can wait. There's no way that the Mike Tyson-Jake Paul fight, they're gonna let Mike Tyson win. Alright, Gemini, your laptop is trying to big league you smash it. Alright. Back to looking at Singapore. Ta-da! I hope Mike wins. There's no way he's gonna win. There's no way. Not because Jake Paul is a better fighter or whatever, but because there's just no way Jake Paul would have done it if it wasn't set to be rigged. So about that lion. So about the lion. So about the lion. It's not a real lion. No lions in Singapore. No lions in Singapore, chat. This is from Ministry of Foreign Affairs, Singapore. Sina, thank you. Why is that disabled? Well, to be honest, look at your chat is very disabled. Background noise. Thank you. You should post that you went live. Where? Like on Twitter? Or like a new member post? Live again. The Merlion. It's not a real... The Merlion's not real. Not even in zoos. We can check. We can check to see the zoos. Maybe the zoos have them. My stream died. Let's go. Yay. Yay. Man. No on Facebook. If you see this on screen, refresh tab. Mer Tiger. About Singapore-US relations. Or what about just about Singapore? Tell me just about Singapore. Singapore is a sunny tropical island in Southeast Asia off the southern tip of the Malay Peninsula. The city-state is 710 square kilometers and inhabited by 5 million people from 4 major communities. Chinese majority, Malay, Indian, and Eurasian. Since its independence in August 9th, 1965, the country has adopted a parliamentary democracy system. Currently, the government and the cabinet are led by the Prime Minister Lawrence Wong, while President Tharman Shanmugaratnam... I'm sorry, I'm probably going to say this wrong. Shanmugaratnam is the head of state. Ideally positioned in Southeast Asia, where the rest of the region is just a hop, skip, jump away, Singapore is a thriving metropolis offering a world-class infrastructure, a fully integrated island-wide network, a transport network, dynamic business environment, vibrant living spaces, and a rich culture largely influenced by the 4 major communities in Singapore, with each offering different perspectives of life in Singapore in terms of culture, religion, food, language, and history. Oh. I know some Southeast Asian countries. There's like mandated religions. Does Singapore have that? Is there like an official religion you have to be? One of the reasons that Singapore proves to be attractive as a home is the ease of living, particularly in terms of residence, transportation, and governance. Over the years, Singapore has made significant strides in many areas and has attracted an encouraging number of international accolades who recognize the city as vibrant and world-class. The Ferrari Kid, thank you. Pippa's title says live November 16th. Was wondering if it's a special day or what the stream was about tonight. It's multicultural. Huh. Huh. So what about the native population of Singapore? Which of the 4 do they fall under? Inhabited by 4 major communities, Chinese majority, Malay, Indian, and Eurasian. Which one do the natives fall under? Islam is the most common religion, but Singapore is secular. Bello says heart. It doesn't. The Malay? There are no natives. Native population is Malaysians. Malay. Oh, okay. I got some random videos that seemed interesting. Some are walkthroughs where we can just look at Singapore. Others are like interviews with people who live there, which seems like an interesting way to get some information. Kinda go to thank you. It's the 16th in Singapore, all according to Cake. Isn't Singapore very expensive? Funny you should ask that, because I found a video talking about that. Funny you should ask if Singapore is expensive. This is a video. Are all Singaporeans rich? Street interview by Asian boss. Because it seems like that's one of the things people talk about, is that it's a very affluent location. Love, like, you look up the Singapore Stone, its deep lore. I suggest on Wikipedia, as there is little in English. Singapore Stone. Funny enough, I do have a Wikipedia page, but it's not about Singapore Stone. But I can look that up too real quick. Hold on. Singapore Stone? This? The Singapore Stone is a fragment of a large sandstone slab which originally stood at the mouth of the Singapore River. The large slab, which is believed to date back to at least the 13th century and possibly as early as the 10th or 11th century, bore an undeciphered inscription. Ah! Wanted to put music back on. Recent theories suggest that the inscription is either Old Javanese or Sanskrit, which suggested a possibility that the island was an extension of the Majapahit civilization in the past. It is likely that the person who commissioned the inscription was Sumatran. The slab may be linked to the legendary story of the 14th century strongman Batang, who was said to have thrown a massive stone to the mouth of the Singapore River. On Batang's death, the Raja sent 2 stone pillars to be raised over his grave at the point of the Straits of Singapura. This? Badang? Badang? Psycho, thank you. Singapore stream, let's go! We like respectful tourists, sometimes travel vlogger, get free food from random locals as passing by. Also, you can drive a car for only 10 years with a $100,000 contract! Holy shit. You have a $100,000 contract to drive a car? I wonder how many rich people in Singapore just kind of like sit there posed outside their car. I wonder how many people in Singapore just pose with their car to pick up chicks or dudes. MW, thank you. Don't break the law there, they'll whip you. It's got a beast. Oh. Badang was a legendary Southeast Asian strongman from the Malay world. Malay world? Huh? The Malay world or Malay realm is a concept or an expression that has been used by different authors and groups over time to denote several different notions derived from varied interpretations of Malay, either as an ethnic group or as a racial category, as a linguistic group or as a cultural group. Huh? Chat, there's a lot of rabbit holes here, I'm sensing. The use of the term Malay in much of the conceptualism is largely based on the prevalent Malay cultural influence, manifested in particular through the spread of the Malay language in Southeast Asia, as observed by different colonial powers during the Age of Discovery and spread of Islam. The term remains highly controversial in Indonesia and outside the Malay-speaking areas because it is considered politically charged and irredentist rather than cultural. What does this word mean? Irredentism is one state's desire to annex the territory of another state. This desire can be motivated by ethnic reasons because the population of the territory is ethnically similar or the same to the population of the parent state. As a Malaysian, I'm more confused by the Wikipedia article than she is. Avoid the topic? Okay. So this is like... What's a good term for this? MW, thank you. Look up Michael Fay. This is like, never mind. I won't use that comparison. I had a comparison. But I'm not gonna get into it. Russia is irredentist. Okay, that's a little bit less charged. Okay. So is it really okay for this Wikipedia article to be using it as like an objective statement? Or is it... Maybe Wikipedia is using it in the context of it being like a, like an umbrella term for things inspired by Malaysia. Luke Shishio, thank you. Is a Wikipedia run by the deep state though? Oh, seems more like a historical term. So maybe its political usage is more recent? Malcolm Lang, thank you. People are usually more subtle in Asia because display of wealth comes with unwanted attention from the government and criminals. Every guy I know that's $10 million plus drives Toyotas. How many people do you know that have $10 million? Also, avoid talking about sovereignty. It's yabs. Sovereignty from what? He was associated with several geographical locations and historical artifacts, most notably the Singapore Stone. So was this a real guy? Hello, Greg, thank you. Pippa, you have been a star in the midst of a dark night. I pray you never forget this. You shine in our hearts and memories. You are strong. Godspeed. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. The written record of the legend of Si Badang is found in the Malay Annals, an important collection of oral folklore from the Malay world. It's using this again! It's using this again! Variations of the legend of Badang exist due to the oral nature of its transmission and its popular use in children's literature. How many of you guys have heard of this man? Bladex, thank you. There should be a new, stronger word for Keeling, like Badrong or Badang. Yes, Keeling is Badang. We're so deep in the sauce. We're getting deeper into the rabbit holes. When Singapore separated politically from Malaysia in 1963, the salty sentiment continued to stay until today. Most of the sentiment is about how rich Singapore is, but more like how much further along. Aww. I would like to clearly state that none of these opinions are my own. I'm reading chat. I don't know anything about any of this. Mythology. Badang was a Malay boy born from Batu Pahat. District of Malaysia. Ah. Okay. In the northern part of the Sultanate of Johor. Oh my god, there's so many things. I don't know what any of this is. I don't know what Johor Sultanate. Is this an area? This is an area, it looks like. A region. Founded by Sultan of Malacca, Muhammad Shah's son. Prior to being a sultanate of its own right. What is a sultanate? Chat? Chat, what is a sultanate? Johor mentioned? Johor is right beside Singapore. Oh look, there it is! So Johor is this region of Malaysia that is right next to Singapore? It's like a kingdom, because I think you stackable plushies here, but Canada Post on strike. Area ruled by a sultan. Ah, so is it like independent from the rest of Malaysia? Do you not know history? Bro, you don't... Listen, in America, alright, we don't even learn what like any Southeast Asian countries are, alright? We don't even know their names. Alright? Like maybe in some schools. Maybe in some schools, but this is boggling my mind. Sultan is a king in Muslim countries. Some of us do. I don't know which schools. You learn Vietnam. Okay, well, yeah, well. He was the only son of two poor farmers who worked hard until the day they died. As a young man, Badang worked as a coolie for the rich. Huh? Low-wage laborer. farmer Orang Kaya Nira Sura in a place called Salung or Saluang in Asa, Sumatra, modern-day Indonesia. Badang was small-statured and the weakest of his group. Their job was to clear through the undergrowth to make way for new fields. As slaves, they didn't get paid and received only a few handfuls of rice each day. This was hardly enough to satisfy the hunger of such arduous work, so Badang relied on catching fish for extra sustenance. He set his fish traps along the stream every evening and gathered the net the following morning. I'm guessing he rises against the people that he's working for, maybe? W, thank you. Whoever has the best crab ragoon. The story is quite long. Relation to the Singapore stone. Okay, the slab was blown up in 1843 and only fragments remain. One folklore for the slab's origin is that it was lifted and thrown by Badang during one of his feats of strength. Huh. Huh. Basically an origin myth. Okay. Okay. You'll learn by reading. Shit. Alright, we'll finish this off. One day, Badang found that the fish traps he laid in a river contained bones and scales. He prepared the fish traps again, but the same incident went on for several days. Badang armed himself with a rattan stick or a parang in some versions. What are these? It's a knife, like attached to a stick? Rattan? It's a palm tree. And hid in the bushes of the jungle. The creature taking his fish was a demon, Jambalong Hantuer, or water spirit capable of taking the form of any flora and fauna which lives around bodies of water. Described as having eyes red as fire, long matted hair, and a long beard covering its chest or reaching its waist. Badang seized the demon and tied its hair to a rock. The demon begged for mercy and promised to grant Badang any wish if he spared his life. Badang wished for strength so that he would not tire working. The demon said that if Badang wanted great strength, he would have to swallow whatever he coughs up. The demon then vomited, and Badang ate its vomit. Ah! In some sanitized versions, the demon coughed out 2 red gems called Galiga for Badang to swallow. I like the sanitized version. Badang became immensely strong. One day, Nira Sara wanted to expand his farmland in Bahra, but Nira Sara found out that Badang was resting in midday, and he suspected that Badang didn't do his work. Nira Sara found that a large section of the forest was cleared so quickly, and Badang explained everything that had transpired. The landowner was so grateful for the servant's loyalty that he freed Badang from slavery on the condition that he never boasts of his strength and uses it to help others. When news of Badang's feat reached the kingdom of Singapura, the Raja Sri Rana Wakrama invited Badang to the kingdom to appoint him a Raden, a princely title. Chat, is this still a title? Is this still used? Was the demon hot? What the hell, dude? Ferocious Kitchen, thank you. Coughed up demon family jewels. Lamau, no! Huh. One day, the Raja had a large boat constructed and instructed 50 men to push it into the water, but they were unable to do so. So Badang continually offered to help, but the men refused, saying that no one so small would make any difference. The Raja eventually sent 300 men to help push the vessel, but it was to no avail. The Raja then sent 3,000 men to push the boat, but all of them failed. The Raja then gave Badang the chance to push the boat by himself, and Badang was able to do so. For his feat, the Raja Sri Rana Wakrama appointed Badang a Hulu Balang, or champion of his court. Badang was frequently asked to do favors. He often helped farmers and villagers carry their goods in place of a horse and carriage. The king once asked him to gather the tasty karaz leaf for the Kuala Sayong in Sumatra, so Badang set off in a boat by himself. When he climbed the karaz tree, its branch broke and Badang fell a long way, his head hitting a rock. To his surprise, Badang was completely unharmed and the rock was split into 2. Today, that rock is called the Split Stone, Batu Bala. Is this tied to this? Or is this a different rock? Is this a different rock? Badang is a Chad? Yeah. Over time, Badang had become known in other nearby countries as well. The king of Kalinga on the... What is it, Kalinga? Historical region of India. That's a cool name. We need an expert on rocks. Chat, we need a rock expert. Oh, thank you. People keep saying Singapore is rich. I always thought they were musically inclined. Huh? Holy Rex, thank you. When you think about it, some VTubers can be considered to exercise a similar mimetic role as various myths about ancient heroes. May we live to see an epic written about you as well, Pippa, Pink, Aeneas. Background noise, thank you. Endless fetch quest. Yeah, he's on endless fetch quest, man. Over time, Badang had become known in other nearby countries as well. The king of Kalinga on the Indian subcontinent wanted to test Badang's strength against his own champion, Nadi Bajaya, or Wadi Bajaya, who was reputed to be stronger than all the other strongmen of his kingdom. The Indian warrior sailed to the Malay archipelago and greeted the local king with a friendly challenge. Sri Rana Wikrama took great pleasure in tests of skill and agreed. As decreed by the Indian king, the loser would owe the victor 7 ships of cargo. Badang competed against Nadi Bajaya in several contests of strength and wrestling, but the result was always tied. Finally, Nadi Bajaya suggested that whoever can lift the large rock in front of the palace shall be declared the winner. He then... Oh, this is the rock. This is the Singapore stone. This is the rock that the Singapore stone is part of. He then lifted the rock onto his knees and immediately dropped it. When it was Badang's turn, he lifted the rock above his head and threw it, where it landed at the mouth of the Singapore River. Nadi Bajaya acceded to the agreement and gave Badang the several ships of cargo before returning to Kalinga. Badang spent many years in the kingdom of Singapore defeating challengers from other countries, including the champion of Java. When Badang eventually died, the king of Kalinga sent for 2 stone pillars to be placed at his grave. Badang's grave is located in Buru Island, Riau Islands province of Indonesia. Is this a real place? Is this... I bet it's a tourist site. If it's real. Well, chat, today we learned a bit of folklore. Maybe? Is this folklore technically? That's pretty cool. That's pretty cool. It's a kingdom in India and it was a main place of learning and top scholars. So... I believe 100% of that lore, unquestionably. I want to see if... I want to see if, is it a real place? But dang... grave site? But dang... funeral site? Nothing's coming up. Buru Island. But dang... Buru Island? Is this it? What is this? What am I looking at? But dang! Is this... This is going nowhere. We're learning! Is this... Badang? Oh, yes? Ah. Oh, I thought that was a person. I was kind of concerned. I was like, why is there a person just hunched over? Ah. Okay, I can't understand a word that's written here. So, we're gonna go back to Wikipedia. So, maybe Badang was real. Right? Because, well... Maybe. He was just a really strong dude. That's plausible. It doesn't say he, like, beat up a god or anything. It's just that he was a super strong dude. If there's a grave, then the story must be true. Well, there's the grave, and then there's the Singapore stone, and... Sounds like he was a really strong dude. I don't know about the eating the demon vomit, but... I don't know. Okay, we got very sidetracked. What were we even talking about? He was probably real, but he's been folklorified. It happens all the time. He hit the rock so far. He moved the ship that 3,000 dudes couldn't. Maybe he was smart. Maybe he was smart and the 3,000 dudes were doing it stupid. You know? It's pronounced Badong. Oh, okay, Badong. Okay, my bad. Where's the music from? Mabinogi. Okay, Singapore-US relations. Background noise, thank you. An American rabbi in Singapore. Interesting. GM, thank you. This is peak SMT demon lore. Singapore is a long-standing, reliable, and steadfast strategic partner of the United States with substantive cooperation across multiple fronts. We are one of the U.S.'s closest partners in Asia. Our partnership is underpinned by mutually beneficial cooperation in the economic, defense, security, and people-to-people spheres, which in recent years have expanded to new frontiers such as cybersecurity, climate change, space, critical, and emerging technologies. I'm gonna open up a soda. Singapore mentioned by a VTuber. Wow. Yeah. Well, because I brought up Malaysia. And everybody was like, Malaysia? Don't you mean Singapore? Don't you mean you because I was talking about how I was looking at places in Malaysia, and I was looking at, like, I didn't say this part, but I was looking at, like, expat testimonies and stuff of people who lived in Malaysia, and everyone was talking about how great it was. And then I bring it up on stream and everybody's like, whoa, Singapore is where it's at, buddy. So yeah, thank you. Singapore has an ethnic integration policy to prevent enclaves from forming. People must learn either Mandarin, Malay, or Tamil as their mother tongue, as well as English. They also still have caning as official punishment. What kind of crime would you have to commit to get caned? Oakland Temple, thank you. Pip with the lag YouTube has compared to X is big. I can't change that. I can't change that. Any crime? Vandalism? Chewing bubblegum. Singapore mentioned, why are we talking about my country? I explained this already. Littering. Well, you know what? People who litter do deserve to be caned. Singapore is based. Littering is such a crime of disrespect. That's how I view littering. Littering is you have no respect for where you live or where you are. And either or, that's disgusting, right? I think it's like if something falls out of your pocket, all right, I don't think that's littering. You know, like you didn't intentionally do it. I don't think you should be caned for that, all right? But stuff like, oh, I'm just gonna like, see, this is something that I see. This is something that I see that annoys me. People that put like soda cans inside of bushes, like as they're walking by or whatever. Or, you know, they're sitting somewhere drinking something and then they leave the can around. Or they're sitting around eating something and then they leave the food around. Or they spit out their gum onto the sidewalk. Or the wind stole my napkin. The wind stole your napkin. You should try and go get it. But ultimately, probably not cane-worthy, in my opinion. But I have loose napkins left in my car. I'm gonna just fucking throw them on the ground. Caned. Get caned. Then she saw thank you. I remember my ship had a port call in Singapore a while back. Had a shipmate get drunk and break into a government building. What the hell? Welcome, thank you. Public nuisance equals caning. In Dubai, there was this Canadian who made fun of the leader, so the taxi driver dobs him and he got caned in public. Smokers are generally great. I don't know. I see a lot of cigarette butts. I see a lot of cigarette butts in ditches. Privestia, thank you. Once knew a Navy sailor who got drunk, rowdy, and arrested in Singapore. His options were 1 week in jail or the cane, and the ship wasn't waiting a week. Keeper of the Nine, Zinky. Murder sometimes justified. Litter never justified. Therefore, littering is worse than murder. True. Economics. Singapore and the US share a robust economic relationship underpinned by the US-Singapore Free Trade Agreement, in effect since 2004. It is the first bilateral trade agreement that the US signed with a country in Asia. We have over 5,800 US companies based in Singapore. Does this refer to, like, McDonald's franchises? But also, Singapore is not that big, right? Like, in terms of like sheer size, Singapore is not that big. So that's a lot. That's a lot regardless. LSD, thank you. The most I'll litter is food that I know will break down, like an apple core. I live in the country, so something will eat it. Actual trash is no. Still not technically ideal, but far more forgivable. It's not. It's fairly small. It's the size of New York City. Oh. Our bilateral trade and Singapore's investments in the US in more than 30 states have supported over 250,000 jobs for Americans. The USS FTA continues to provide benefits to both sides and is a model for how modern trade practices improve business competitiveness and enhance mutual prosperity. Background noise, thank you. No pulling a Somali when you go to Singapore, Pip. They're so based for that. Singapore and the US have also launched a partnership for growth and innovation in 2021, which aims to increase collaboration between Singapore and US companies by strengthening trade and investment collaboration in new and forward-looking areas, starting with digital economy and smart cities, advanced manufacturing and supply chains, clean energy and environmental technologies, and healthcare. Can we get on this? Can we get on particularly this one? Why are all cities in America so bad? How come we don't have any top-of-the-line, super futuristic cities? How come there's so many other nations that completely outmatch us with this? What the hell, man? Defense, people-to-people exchanges? Singapore and the US have strong bonds of friendship and cooperation between its people. To celebrate 50 years of diplomatic relations, our two countries announced the US-Singapore Summer Exchange Scholarship Program in 2016. The fund summer exchange programs for 50 Singaporean and 50 US students over the course of 5 years encourages the fostering of linkages and the new ideas of cooperation between the next generation of young leaders. That's not that many people, is it? 50 Singaporean and 50 US students? Who the hell is getting into a program like this? It's gotta be like the children of like world leaders, right? Singapore and the US have mutually extended trusted traveler programs to enhance safety and efficiency of travel between both countries. Singapore citizens can apply for the US Global Entry Program. US citizens are able to apply for Singapore's Enhanced Immigration Automated Clearance System. Automated clearance system? So if you're an American citizen and you apply to visit Singapore, it has like an automatic process? You don't have to have it like manually reviewed by anybody? My niece did a program like that to Germany. Chat, how do you guys think that works? Singapore's Enhanced Immigration Automated Clearance System. Quick visa stuff. How to use automated lanes. Huh. Oh, here we go. Here's the thing about it.
In today's video, we're going to dive into the world of automated clearance systems and specifically focus on Singapore's Automated Clearance Initiative, or ACI system. Like, how it works.
Huh?
How to enroll to the system.
Epoxy, thank you.
How to
Suburban
use the
sprawl and being over-reliant on cars basically kind of ruined US cities.
designated ACI lanes. Find out who
Again
and
with the lanes!
which countries are eligible to use this system. What to expect on your next subsequent trips. And if inked immigration endorsement still available? So, let's get started.
Huh?
We all know that clearing immigration can sometimes be a time-consuming process, especially during peak travel periods. But thanks to the ACI system in Singapore, things are about to change for the better.
Eh?
2023,
What is this?
the
Second, you
eligibility
basically
for the
travel-
automated clearance
Travel without using a physical passport? What?
initiative, ACI, has been expanded to include passport holders from 51 jurisdictions, a
Potato red, thank
significant
you. It was
increase from the
94, and
original
yet there was
16
vandalism,
when the
not gone.
initiative was first introduced back in 2022. Among the
Ogla, thank you. Singa is on the Malacca Strait, which handles a large amount of sea freight, so it is strategically important. The Chinese want to build a canal through Thailand, like in Panama, so they can avoid it.
eligible countries are Australia, Canada, China, Hong Kong, Japan, South Korea, United Kingdom, and
Is
the
this
United
AI
States.
slap? I think so.
And by the first quarter of 2024, ICA expects to have 95% of all arrivals at
Face
Changi
scanning.
Airport cleared through the automated lanes.
That's scary.
The ACI system utilizes advanced biometric technology to streamline the immigration process, allowing travelers to breeze through clearance checkpoints with ease. It's like something out of a sci-fi movie.
This is scary. I don't like this. Welcome in, thank you. Your passport can access their smart gates, by the way. What the fuck? What the fuck? That is scary. That's scary, dude. That's scary. Okay. Okay. What has Singapore made? Let's talk about inventions and discoveries from Singapore. Bak chor mee, which translates to minced meat noodles. I have not seen this. It looks good. Oh wait, this is chili crab. This is one. Hold on. What does bak chor mee look like? Whoa. That looks yummy. Oh wait, huh? Wait. Oh, it's made using the specific type of noodles? Chili crab is good. It looks good. It looks really good. Look at that. Yum 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 yum. Kaya toast is sick? What is it? It's a well-known Singaporean snack commonly eaten during breakfast or afternoon tea. It looks like a grilled cheese sandwich. Kaya toast is a dish consisting of 2 slices of toast with butter and kaya coconut jam. Oh, commonly served alongside kopi and soft-boiled eggs. The dish was believed to be created by Hainanese immigrants to the Straits settlements in the 19th century while serving on British ships. Kopi. This one was also on the list. Kopi. Also known as Nanyang coffee, is a traditional coffee beverage found in several maritime Southeast Asian nations. Often brewed to be highly caffeinated in strength, it is commonly served with sugar and/or milk-based condiments. With a drink originated from the British Malaya era with Hainanese cultural roots. What is it? What is it? It's basically like their own version of coffee? Tyrone, thank you. Watch Michelin Star Meal for $1.50. It's a Singapore hawker stall. Morgan Mason, thank you. Scan, scan, scan. Get identified, get identified, get identified. Scan, scan, scan. Like espresso? I guess it's espresso. Type of traditional coffee. Huh. I don't understand what makes it different. There's also more than one type of kopi. The Singapore Sling. Hell yeah, alcohol. Milo Dinosaur! Dinosaurs! Chocolate malt-based beverage? Like hot cocoa? Is Milo Dinosaur like hot cocoa but with a cooler name? Oh, kopi is coffee with sugar and condensed milk. Ah! I would drink this purely for the name. A variant Milo Godzilla comprises a cup of Milo Dinosaur augmented with a scoop of ice cream and or whipped cream. You know what? They go hard with the names. Carl Barron, thank you. Look up the National Day parade songs like One People, One Nation, One Singapore. Imagine if the US government commissioned a new anthem every 4th of July and people got super hyped. Corporate jingles on a national level. Smelly Mayo, thank you. I love exhaust fumes. I love sweet aroma of a lifted V8 diesel in my middle name and leaded gasoline is my mistress. Oil enjoyer say on top, keep that public transit away from my freedom blood. Milo Godzilla. Milo mix, they're so good. I want to try Kopi. Okay. Okay. Hold on. Hold on. What was it? One people, one nation, one Singapore. There it is. 1 million views. Am I gonna get in trouble for this? Is this dangerous? Milo Dinosaur and Milo Godzilla's peak, it ironically is. Is this Singapore? Like a long time ago?
We've built a nation with our hands. The toil of people.
It's in English. It would be cool. It would be cool if it was like part in English, part in... What were all the languages? There was English. Was English one of them? Tamil? Or Tamil? Chinese? And... I forget the other one.
Just when we first began, now we're Singaporean.
Let's reach out for Singapore.
AI, this is from 17 years ago.
Join our hands forevermore. One people, one nation, one Singapore. That's the way that we will be forevermore.
I feel like I'm watching an ad.
Every race has its rule and has its place. One people, one nation, one
What did they mean by that? It's kind of cute though. It's kind of cute though.
Our vigilance will never rest.
Be united hand in hand, to show the world just where we stand.
And reach out for Singapore. Join our hands forevermore.
Chat, am I insane? Or did Singapore kind of... You know how America is like, we're a melting pot, bro. We're number one. And Singapore came along and was like, well... Skill diff. Skill diff. It's pronounced more like 10 mil.
One Singapore.
Recognizing you. Shark Eddie's
The way that we will be forevermore. Every creed and every race has its role and has its place. One people, one nation, one Singapore. One people, one nation, one Singapore. That's the way that we will be forevermore. Every creed and every race has its role and has its place. One people, one nation, one Singapore. One people, one nation, one Singapore.
This gives me the feeling of like an advertisement for a theme park. I kind of want to go now. I kind of want to see now. Great, thank you. Singapore Changi Airport is renowned for its lush, beautiful gardens, which offer passengers a peaceful retreat between flights. Tailender, thank you. The ethnic integration policy means that there's a limit to the number of households of each race per neighborhood/block. What? What? How do they measure that? What? This is fascinating, chat. What the hell? Psycho, thank you. We had a SSR Giga Chad main character called Lee Kuan Yew. Wait, the other girl mentioned that. The other girl mentioned that. That built Singapore. If you're interested, I think our neighboring countries can all agree he's MVP. Lee Kuan Yew. Aww. Yuka, thank you. I recommend We Are Singapore, OG version from NCH Productions. Great animation for describing us unironically. Okay. We Are Singapore. What the hell is this? Just say something, thank you. Now I want to move there. Yolo-san, thank you. Skill diff. Forget that, thank you. One Pipple, one Ripple, one Sneed. Great, thank you. Happy birthday, people. You should look up the Singaporean prisons. I did a class on them and they're particularly fun. Chenghe Prison is a place to start. Very soon, thank you. Check out Home for an old but still popular National Day song. I think I recognize this tune.
Years later, I'm okay. Stanford Raffles was his name. Post was statues very nice. We gonna colonize.
Home.
Singapore very strong. Big guns all pointing wrong. Japanese king on lighting us from our backside. What is over our back? Singaporeans no respect. Commies come, make a fuss. Singapore independence. I live in Singapore. Perfect living, but at least it's interesting. I live in Singapore. Though it's kind of crazy, we are the country. Marshall in New York, national anthem starts to rock. Next to Bishop the big man, guess who's PM? Malaysia say, come join me, two of us, we save country. Then can be that big PM cry.
No, it's crying.
Country, built you wrong and HDB. Make the country clean and green. Opposition cannot win. JBJ, I know more fun. Jesus, John will eat his butt.
What?
Lim How Do, what to do, don't talk up in Parliament.
What? I feel like I'm missing so many in jokes. Just
Though it's kind of crazy, living out of country. Kingdom from Malaysia Cup, Michael Fayne in the front. SBT dancing,
Lifted tea, what the fuck?
McDonald's, Hello Kitty, everybody bubble tea. Crashing cockroach from Rick Chan, James White is the DR man. Reclamation, passport, regulation, water, we go sing. Hatias, Fekta, Tok, Anwar, Hatias, Sini. Everyone is fun to flash. Bubble gums are all there. Ask your friend buy some Thailand. It's not perfect living, but at least it's interesting. I live in Singapore.
Is this real? Are there
It's kind of crazy. We are the country.
the people in Singapore be like, hey, while you're over in Thailand, bring me back some gum.
We wrote that's fun until I want to laugh. I our logos have to pay. Foreign talents are okay. Causing estates upgrade by contractors who go fuck I am there, must more. Want to protest, go indoor. And until we not so fast, new water, they laugh at us.
We're down.
Singapore, though it's kind of crazy, we're in other country. They own the state and we Singapore.
Oh my god, what the hell? That was a lot. That was a lot to take in. I have a lot of questions. I have so many questions. I don't even know where to start. I don't know if I should ask some of these questions. Jesus Christ. Okay, home. National Day song. Lindsay, thank you. What do you mean you're envious of Singapore cities? Aren't you glad you have super cities like New York, LA, and San Francisco? Jesse's not that big. Pippa cover win. You know, the day I moved to Singapore. That was so much to process. There was so much to process, but that was a good speed run. I think. Home Singapore song. Got to know the lore. Oh, Kitchan! Wait. She was referenced. She was referenced in this. Right? Yeah! Oh, chat, see, it's coming in handy. It's coming in handy. I'm bread, thank you. I don't think he says anything about her specifically. He just kind of references her, but Singapore makes New York look like Gotham City. Kind of.
Whenever I am
That is not the
low,
voice I expected.
I look around me and I know that's a place that will stay within me.
Abyssal Tech, thank you.
Wherever I may choose to
There's
go,
a 2022 edition of the
I
song.
will always recall the city, know every street and shore, sail down the river which brings us life, winding through my Singapore.
Sorry to pause. Is Singapore like Japan, where they cycle, or I guess more like Tokyo, where they cycle through stores and stuff really quickly? No, something you. We have a mosquito parody of this song.
This is home, truly, where I
mosquito
know
parody?
I must be, where my dreams wait for me.
It's a travel ad. It feels like a travel ad. Oh, I like it. Why do all these people speak English better than people? What the fuck?
As my senses tell me,
Well, do you use some Singapore slang for learning? Alamak? What the heck? Anglo? Westerners? Little words might not sound familiar as we mix different languages. By the way, do you know that Westworld uses Singapore in a lot of their scenes? I've not seen Westworld. I've not seen Westworld. I'm talking and I don't even think you guys can hear me over how loud the music is.
Whatever troubles to go through, we'll find a way to start anew. There is comfort in that holds about.
Hungry, thank you. Singapore is quietly goated. We have faster internet speeds than South Korea.
Just like we've done before. Just like the river which brings us life.
I like the other song more.
There'll always be Singapore.
Okay, I'm sorry, Chad. I like the other song better. Let's hear the mosquito version. Is this animated by the same people? Is there a bad mosquito problem in Singapore? Singapore is the prototype megacity. One both in building design as well as law enforcement. I am the law.
Whenever I find mosquito, I like to use my Mopico.
What is Mopico?
I don't want the insect to bite me on my backside or my toe.
What the fuck
I
is this?
will always protect my pee-pee. Don't want to get dengue.
Huh? Phoenix, thank
Change
you.
stagnant water in every pot. Mosquito can make babies.
Mosquito bite me. Now my car turn itchy.
What?
I asked my friend
Isn't that one
to
podcast?
scratch me deeper down below. Mosquito
What the fuck?
bite me.
What the fuck?
As my senses tell me
Gustavo, thank you.
why my
Singapore is like
ass
the most capitalistic
looks
country
like
now, not only in Asia, but in the entire world. America looks like
That's
Soviet
why I
Union compared to
must
Singapore.
fight the mosquito.
Alex, thank you. Pippa, will you do this for other countries? Sure. I don't know which.
Whenever I'm about to poo in a non-air conditioned loo, there's a catois in my porridge and a lizard on my shoe.
What
But the
is,
insect that always finds me
what is this?
and sneaks in through my
keep it-
back door.
Cameo, yeah, the tomato with
finds
the
the
eyes.
most inaccessible spot.
I really like, okay, getting kind of off topic. I really like in Doki Bird's, when she's like just chatting and she's got like the saloon background. I like the little tomato. There's one specific tomato that I like, and it's the one that's like coming through the door, and he's got like his hands like hovering over his guns. He's ready to duel.
Sucking my blood more and more.
Okay, I think I'm done with this. That was interesting. Do New York next? I don't think that's a country. I like the Singapore song better. Same. Jesus Christ. Yeah, we did Brazil with Abby before. We can learn... You can learn different countries with other VTubers from their home country. It's hard getting people to dox themselves. The Milkman, thank you. Since you're already in Southeast Asia, then might I suggest the Philippines for your next country stream? Okay, unless we're talking the Philippines. They're always very blunt about being from the Philippines. Many Filipino VTubers. Thank you. Singapore is the reason Asian releases of games have English translations? Really? Eh? Eh? Okay, let's close this. Let's close this. Chat. Let's find out. Are all Singaporeans rich? Quarter-newt, thank you.
Everything is expensive. I would say your cars, housing.
Toyota Prius is about like $100,000.
Hey bosses, it's Elena from A.
Then you have to do the $100,000 contract, right? So $75,000 for a fucking Prius, and then $100,000 for the 10-year contract. No.
Asian boss. Did you know that
Yes.
Singapore currently shares the title of the world's most expensive city with New York? In fact, it consistently ranks as one of the world's most expensive places to live, with the highest car prices and being one of the most costly places to shop for clothes. But what is life like in such an expensive city, and how are Singaporeans coping with the rising global inflation rates? We hit the streets of Singapore to find out. So today we're curious to find out how much it costs to live in Singapore. So what do you do for a living, if you don't mind?
Chat. Why do people move to places that are expensive? Kusa, thank you. Will you do a Vietnam stream? Perhaps? Yolo-san, thank you. Sounds about right. What are car prices in America? Well, a Prius is not $75,000.
I'm a student. Oh, I'm a media executive.
And how much do you earn roughly per month, if you don't mind, in SGD?
About $3,000.
2.8k to 3k Singapore dollar. Private hire driver and freelancer.
I'm a brand manager of a restaurant.
How much roughly do you make in Singapore dollars per month?
Below 4,000.
This is not bad. Thank you. Do a Puerto Rico stream next? Find Rican the co-host?
And would you say that what you make is considered average in Singapore?
I would say just enough to survive.
About 5 to 6.
North Korean stream
I'm a
win.
business executive in one of the
food company in Singapore.
I'm
It's
a
just
HR,
enough to survive?
Probably like above 5K. Yeah.
So the average person in Singapore then is making like just enough to survive?
So do you think that is average of what Singaporeans usually make?
I think probably slightly above average, slightly above, yeah.
Most of the time, I'll just sell like shoes. Really, I haven't really gotten into shoes till I was 15, and I realized that you can make a living out of selling shoes. I also like sell guitars as well because guitars are most of them are quite expensive. I would say not a
How
lot.
can he
It's probably
see?
like around 6,000.
He has hair in his face. How can he see?
Depends really because
4,500.
like my friends and all, they make quite a lot of money, but
Selling shoes? So I can think you hope Singapore is safe enough for you to leave your phone and wallet on the table while you go off to order food.
I do feel like a bit downgraded sometimes, but it's okay, because really 5,000 is all you need as a Singaporean.
3,700.
Okay, so if you make 6,000, would you say that that's average or above or below average?
I'm pretty sure it's average because most of Singaporeans living in Singapore, they earn like about 5,000, and like if you want to start a family and stuff, I think you might need like 10 grand if I'm not wrong.
I'm a software engineer at a Chinese tech company. If we take like
Recognizing you. How about Cambodia?
latest statistics of like median salary in Singapore, so I'm like around 20%, 30%.
Don't do that, your phone will go missing. Even if people from Singapore don't take your stuff, I'm sure a tourist coming by will.
And above that number, I mean, unfortunately, I can't disclose my real numbers due to the NDA.
So Singapore is actually known as the country with the
Don't worry, bro. I like to flex my NDA too.
highest salary in Asia. So for the people outside of Singapore, it may seem like everybody is doing very well in Singapore and they don't really struggle financially. Do you think this is true, or do people still struggle to get by in Singapore?
It's a struggle to get by in Singapore. It isn't true. It isn't as what it seems lah.
I think it's true that like they have these stereotypes. Like for example, like, I have international friends that think that Singapore is rich, but personally, it's not true.
Person who sell it his wife. Thank you. Don't come to China. Okay.
Because there are a lot of Singaporeans that are basically struggling in terms of finance.
Every time I speak positively of China, there's the Westerners in my audience who are like, no. And then there's the like actually Chinese people who send me DMs and are like, no.
People are still struggling because the work done is like so much that they need to do in order to get that amount of money or amount of like expenses that they need to
Singapore
People
is a good
think of Singapore
start to get into the sea country.
a safe and
Actual
stable
unity.
country, and I think that's fair. But that still does not discount a lot of the challenges that many people face. I think people kind of feel the pressures of inflation nowadays lah. So like if your friends ask you to eat out, you'll be like, don't wanna.
Even though the average is
It seems like same as America, Shit's expensive. Shit's expensive. I feel like this is probably going to be a problem no matter where you go, right?
is quite high, but the disparity between the highest and the lowest is still quite disproportionate. So I would say the inequality or the income inequality is still quite significant. Like the cost of living is obviously going up, and as a result, I think those people who are on the lower end of the income bracket, they will find it naturally more difficult to get by day to day.
So Singapore is
basically
also
the whole world. I can't think of anywhere in the world that's not like this. Private Kane, thank you. Are all Americans rich?
consistently ranked
I see what you did there. You flipped it back.
as one of the most
Google Harbor, thank you.
expensive cities in
When
the
people
world.
say country is
Can you
super rich, it's like, bruh, that Elon is the richest man ever, doesn't help pay groceries.
give us some examples of what is considered expensive compared to maybe some other Asian cities? Everything is expensive. I would say your cars, housing, food. I think food is also rising in
Gonzalo, thank
comparison.
you. Depends on which part of China. My city, Qingdao. You're Chinese. Oh, well, I guess you donate in HK. Welcome to you. Don't go to northeastern China and Guangxi in Guangdong though. Okay.
Say in comparison to the Southeast Asia markets around us.
For example,
Thank
my
you for the
parents,
update.
They will laugh at me when I tell them I have like $8 lattes, for example, which I just.
No wonder you're struggling, bro. What do you mean? What do you mean $6 coffee?
Okay, by the way, like I just came from a cafe and I had an $8 latte.
Transport. If
You're just bad with money.
you go to hail a cab in Singapore in the late mornings of 3 a.m. like that, the transport fee for that would shoot up to 100 Sing dollars.
Huh?
Because at that timing, like for
Wait. What is this for?
of 3 a.m. like that,
Oh, a cab.
the transport fee for that would shoot up to 100 Sing dollars. Because at that timing,
$75 for a cab? That's kind of
example,
insane.
Friday nights, if we were to go out drinking to a very late timing to 3 a.m. around Orchard area for say, it will cost you roughly 40 to 100 Singapore dollars to even grab a cab urgently to go back.
Alcohol for
Okay, like $30 is not abnormal. That's like the cost of an Uber. $75 is kind of fucking insane. Yeah, it's surge pricing.
For
though.
example, it's heavily taxed here, so buying alcohol in supermarkets is expensive, but even more expensive just drinking out. In comparison, like bottle of wine, like that would cost like
This is just the
in
same thing as
Spain,
America.
like around 10 euro would cost here like around 30 Singapore dollars, like twice almost expensive, right? Getting that wine like in a bar and restaurant would get you like around $50,
This is literally the exact same as America, dude.
$60, yeah. Depending on
Huh? Okay, yeah. How much is rent?
It could easily be
But how am I thinking? To be fair to the $6 coffee guy, I got a Coke and a candy bar at a gas station recently, and it was $6. That's because you got a Coke and a candy bar at a gas station. You're paying the convenience tax. You're buying a most likely already cold bottle of Coke in a bottle. So you're being charged for the convenience of A, it being cold, and B, being in a easily transportable container. And then on top of that, the candy bar, they're always gonna fucking gouge you for the candy bars because you're at a gas station. Glad I thank you. Affordable housing in Pakistan because there's no housing. You sleep on dirt.
3 to 4 per month. Yeah, I think I've heard of.
The only thing that's actually cheap at gas stations is the food. Like the food. Like when they do like hot food and stuff. That stuff. Not at every gas station, but at some gas stations. The like hot food and stuff like that can be cheap, and then the like soda fountains can be cheap. So I'd really suggest if you're buying a drink from a gas station to go to the soda fountain rather than buying one of the bottles.
Of some areas where like even a one-room flat is, or even just one room can cost up to 1,000 or 2,000. So I mean that's quite.
Well, you can't really rent a place in America for $750, so.
For me right now, my rent is like 1.8K. If example, you just compare with our neighbor country, the small flat here.
John in English, thank you. Hey Peps, unrelated to this, but how's the new PC coming? I will give updates when I'm able. A good PC is well worth the expense these days if you work online, I mean. Because I think the positive side is you don't need tipping. Cool.
Can buy a bigger flat there.
So you mentioned that your rent is about 1.8K, so how big is your house?
My house is only like 2 meter times 2 meter.
What? 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 Wait, how much? 1,300 for a house that's 6 feet by 6 feet? Huh? That's not a house. That's not a house, dude. That's not a fucking house. What do you mean? What do you mean 6 feet by 6 feet? What do you mean? Far Eastern, thank you. It's like America, but without a cheaper city or suburbs to move to. Public housing is 300,000 Singaporean dollars or above, and it's 99-year lease. You don't own it. Bro. Bro, that's like... That's smaller than a fucking tiny house. What? What? Singapore apartment tour. These are spacious. 380 square feet. Oh.
Oh, hello there.
Hello.
Come in.
Okay.
Welcome to my humble abode.
Hey, John, thank you. Believe it or not, my mom rents 2-bedroom apartments for $300 a month, but that's super rural Western North Carolina, and it's going up next year.
You're
Yeah.
new here. My name is Elena, and I'm a 23-year-old currently living alone in Singapore.
Cobalt, thank you. Don't recommend soda fountains. I worked at a gas station. They're caked in black mold. Okay, I rescind my soda fountain recommendation.
Subscribe at the end. It will really help out my channel a lot. And without further ado, let's just
She's cute. She is really cute. The kitchenette. 380 square feet, chat. It's kind of styled like a hotel room, isn't it? Doesn't it look like a hotel room? The ice machines are always moldy.
Kitchenette because it's actually half the size of a usual kitchen, but I feel like I have everything I need.
This is a rich girl? How do you know? How do you know? How can you tell that she's rich? Does it say how much she makes? Oh, thank you, Meep, for the 5 KPPs! Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Nice clothes, good makeup, nice hair. No info on how much. Deal, thank you. Collab with Ollie so she could yap about Indonesia.
So it's really just nice for one person. So over here I have with me my induction cooktop.
I'm too shy to collaborate with members of Hololive.
So I can like cook a soup and fry something at the same time, and it's just like super convenient. And over here obviously is my sink. Okay, so
The other girl has 36 square feet and was paying 1.3k.
So I have this like dish soap, which my boyfriend made for me. So he actually like 3D
Ruined.
printed this. He's an architecture student, by the way. So yeah, he 3D printed this, and it just like fits my sponge nicely, and it goes here. I have some dried flowers.
It's so in depth.
Etc. And even more of the white.
So in
flowers on
depth.
top so that I can store more things.
Leah and Rie managed to. I don't know if they're as big of fans as I am.
Guess I'm missing all your energy. That's all I want.
Jeez. What does she do for laundry? What does she do for laundry? There's no like timestamps or anything. Hashkatron, thank you. The kitchen is the size of my bathroom, and I do not have a big bathroom. My closets are bigger than it. Why do people live in cities? Gross. Laundromat? I guess she has to. Bloody Emperor, thank you. Condos are private houses in Singapore and are thus for richer, well-to-do people. You should search for Singapore HDB apartment tour. HDB? What is HDB? Jumbo flat? What is HDB?
Hi everyone, I'm Jacinda.
This is a child.
To our home tour here in Singapore. I live here.
Housing Development Board. Oh, person who sold his wife. Thank you. I live in a cage home because a 100 square feet apartment here costs like 1.3k. Do you really? Why do you keep super chatting me? What the fuck? Thank you.
My name is Chicky.
Oh my god.
My name is
What the fuck, dude?
Cha cha cha. Chicky chicky
What the fuck, dude? This fucking music. This fucking music, dude. Okay, $600 rent and $1,200 rent. Julius, thank you. My sister's cat Rengar had cancer and was put down tonight. Prayers for greatest kitty. Oh, rest in peace, Rengar. Rest in peace.
And whether it's
I'm
sufficient
sorry
for
for
them
your
to have a good
loss.
standard of living in Singapore. So let's go.
The first house that we are visiting is located 5 minutes away from Segar LRT station.
Senja.
It is not so near the city centre as it takes about 40 minutes from the station to the city centre by train.
40 minutes? Eh? Thank you. Korean living 2 feet underground?
This is my friend Jia Liang. He rents a room in a HDB flat for around $600 a month, and his rental apartment is close to multiple amenities such as a supermarket and places to eat. He normally has his meals in a hawker centre just 3 minutes walk from his house.
Can you give an introduction?
Obviously, I'm Malaysian. When I was
I mean, obviously.
7 years old, my parents signed me up for a place in a Singapore primary school. Basically, I followed the normal path of everything that every Singaporean. I knew this ever since I was 7 until now. So that's a good 20 years, I guess. So,
How long does it take to go to your workplace?
about 45 minutes. I
Oh,
generally
Jesus
like to have
Christ.
some distance between my work
Jesus Christ, the true local experience. Yeah, I guess so.
place and my house. They're not perpetually in that, oh, you know, I have to work. Yeah, I think that's important.
So the rental here is quite more affordable, right, compared to other
Look
areas.
at how big all these
I think it's
buildings
fair
are.
value. Maybe around low twos.
This is the exterior of Jia Liang's flat, which is pretty typical of a normal public housing in Singapore.
Can you give me an
I wonder how much stuff is walkable for him. Are these all apartments? I see clothes on some of these. I'm guessing since they're all like similar architecture, they've got to be, right? They've got to be.
Singapore.
Can you give me an introduction of your house?
They're government
Like
project
living room.
buildings.
Try to keep it clean, I guess. So every 2 days I'll try to vacuum and mop.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's very important. Biscuits that my mom sent over, just like the common areas, so all these biscuits, everything is here. It's like free for all.
So how many bedrooms are there here?
Yeah, there are 3 bedrooms
There's
here.
3 bedrooms? Wow.
Like, I mean,
3 bedrooms and that's $600 rent? Really, thank you. Thanks for all the messages, guys.
sometimes I do some cooking.
Mm-hmm.
And this oven is pretty new, so with this oven, right, it's a freaking life changer, man.
You
I'm
can run
quite
the country in
proud
a
of this
day, really?
idea Where, because it's very important, because you see, right, the kitchen is here. So any oil spillage, any sauce spillage, right, if you don't have this cover, it kind of like affect the washing machine. This is the toilet. I think there's nothing
Is it 600
much
each or
about it,
split?
but
I don't know.
Take a look.
So you share this with 2 other rooms?
No, just one
I don't
housemate,
know.
Because the other one housemate
It's $600 for one room?
attached
Oh.
toilet in the master bedroom. So that's that.
Even if it is
My room
$600 per
I
person?
think it's quite comfortable.
Mm.
I think one upgrade about this room, air conditioner. So my last room didn't have air conditioner. But the room price is
It's a
similar
shared
because my
apartment.
last room
With
at
like
Geylang
random
was nearer
people?
to the city.
How much is the utilities?
Per person, maybe about $60.
Is this IU?
No, this is the most beautiful, the best singer in the world. So this is the 2 CDs. There's 2 parts covering.
Oh
her
my god.
different concerts
Oh my
in
fucking
Seoul.
god. What the
Wow.
fuck? Who
And
is
there's
this?
a lot of books.
Oh, I'm just a big book fan.
What the
Wait, what's your
fuck?
dream?
It'd be really great.
He's
to
got
be
an
a writer.
Oshi.
Basically, I'm writing a book, but I haven't had the time to really commit to it yet. Yeah, basically the concept is a kind of like a
Usually unless you
social
run with a
commentary
friend.
in a
Huh?
comedic way, yeah.
Scary.
Do you
Scary
mind sharing your
chat.
salary?
Maybe I won't give a definite number, but I guess it's a comfortable kind of salary.
So
You're
what
like
percentage of your
3,000?
salary do you spend on rent?
I think about 10 to 20%, if I'm not wrong.
So do you think there's a good range?
I think I'm in a good range.
Mm.
My opinion is don't spend more than 10 or 20% of your salary on rental because you really don't need that kind of luxury. I mean, it's really up to you. It's up to you. But
How much do you think is sufficient to live in Singapore?
I mean, for me, I think 1,500 is quite comfortable because sometimes to save on meals, I can just have a cereal and milk or something like that.
1,500 per month. That's really low. That's... Oh. Wow.
The second house that we are visiting is located 10 minutes away from Paya Lebar. It is relatively nearer to the city
It
centre.
makes 3 to 6
as it
grand.
takes about 12 minutes from the station
That's
to the
quite
city
frugal.
centre by train.
Oh, thank you. Look up Lang Focus
my friend
Singapore
Lanos.
and its languages.
Okay, let's go. See, I got a very big umbrella for
Okay,
you.
let's see. I want to see this other apartment.
Welcome.
This
Can you
one's
give an
1,200.
introduction to your house?
Basically, there are 3 bedrooms in this house.
Is
One
rent shared
sharing
here
them
too?
with 2 other
Yeah.
housemates. And this is the common living room.
Chat, I go fucking insane, dude. I'd go fucking insane. What do you mean $1,200 a month and you have to share it with other people? Third world technically, I won't recommend Malaysia, but Spore is
I
Kiasulan.
mean, we don't watch cable.
Eh?
These days we watch
Spore is
YouTube, like
Kiasulan?
this channel.
So are the shoes normally like this?
Yeah. I mean,
Share the house with other VTubers. It'd be so
nothing to
annoying.
hide here. Just what it is. And here is
Wow.
the kitchen and the laundry section.
Wait, the laundry's
your master
outside.
bedroom.
Wait, was there a door there? Chat, was there a door? Oh yeah, there's
And
a
the laundry
slot for it.
section.
So this is your master bedroom.
Wow.
Yeah, this is the master bedroom. So, fun fact, I was here for 10 days. I can't even leave this because I had COVID. This
Spore
is
is
my
Singapore.
working section.
Uh-huh.
It's just a cozy corner.
You said you wanted to live in New York or Tokyo. I said I'd live in New York if I got a fucking job working at the YouTube headquarters. I don't want to live in New York, all right, as like an actual thing. And then with Tokyo, I'd like to, not full time. Not full time, not like live there permanently, you know? I really like the idea of popping in for a couple months.
So that I keep
Popping
this area free for exercise. Like you see, I can do a jumping jack,
You do other exercises.
push-ups.
This is
If some rooms in Singapore is too cramped to even allow that.
Jesus Christ, hold on. Okay, apartment
If you're planning
hunting.
on moving to Singapore or you're just browsing the internet and are
There's
curious
the one
about
with the
how
boat.
much it costs to live in basically
thank
one
you.
of the most consistently top-ranked expensive places in the world, then buckle up because this video is for you. If you're new here, my name is Sherry
Mall.
and I'm originally
Fashionable.
from Canada, but I moved to Singapore.
Okay, Criterion budget, where to start?
Flies. And I've lived
Expat
in Singapore. It's
hotspots.
so great. So first, you got the core
Eh?
downtown area.
Really thank you.
CBD
Imagine
stands
living
for
with
Central
Pippa.
Business District. This
Terrible.
covers, I would say, Taluk Ayer, Tanjung Pagar, Marina Bay area, just anywhere where there's still a lot of high rises.
Okay, apartment
that
rooms,
are all
apartment
within
rooms.
that sort of 3.5 to 4K price point, and walk you through the things that I liked and didn't like about it. First on the list is an HDB unit. This was $3,800,
Whoa!
and it's
3,800 bedrooms cost for rent. 2 bedrooms, more like one.
better.
Okay, yeah, that is more like one. Is that seriously a glass divider for that bedroom? What the hell?
Lofty style concept with exposed concrete floors, which I loved.
What the hell?
It's got a lovely sized living room and dining table area.
So sus.
The bedroom is small, but it serves the purpose. And then it's connected straight to this closet area.
I don't like that.
I didn't really like how the sink was in the closet area, which is a bit strange. But
That is really
the
strange. This
kind
is such
of
strange
bedroom,
design,
bathroom
chat.
area is quite compact. And then once you exit the bathroom, you've
This
got
is
a storage area, which is
3,800?
huge on the left, which I love actually. And then you go back into the kitchen area, and I love the fact that there's a big kitchen island. The sad thing
Jesus
with this unit
Christ.
though is I went to go view it at maybe 4 p.m. in the afternoon, and I waited a couple hours just thinking about whether or not I like it. Was it worth it? Because the bedroom's kind of small.
Jesus Christ.
This is one of those
4,000 for a
lower
1 bedroom.
rises, there's not that many units, and it's quite small. And the thing with these buildings is that they say they have a swimming pool. But this is what their swimming pool looks like. It's like a tiny, dark, at the back of the building afterthought of a swimming pool. And I was like, and a lot of the times with these smaller buildings, their amenities are not going over. And at that point, I honestly rather just
You call that small? Yeah.
price point for a renovated HDB if I can find one. But the thing with this apartment that I did like is
For that
it's
price,
actually
dude.
a kind of loft penthousey style. So when you first walk in, you've got the kitchen, which is small. Honestly, if I could choose, I would love to have 4 stovetops because I like cooking. But this is the kind of bedroom,
what
living
the
room
hell?
all in one area. So I realized there one.
This is such a strange design. Imaginary stranger, thank you. The super chat below me has the cheese touch. Be careful, Pippa. Background noise, thank you. Gotta suck up on that Stover's lasagna if you want to live with the rabbit.
Bedroom is not actually a 1 bedroom. It's kind of still a studio. And then it's connected to the bathroom, which is actually quite decently sized and massive. I just wish that there was an actual 1 bedroom, okay? This is definitely a studio. This apartment also has a rooftop area, which is beautiful. I can imagine putting fairy lights there, having a dining table.
Oh, that's
but the
cool,
thing is,
though.
there are no
That's pretty cool though.
top, and it's gonna get really, really freaking hot. And to be honest, the practicality of me actually bringing my dinner up to the rooftop to eat, even when I'm by myself and without friends, it's just rare. So I'm gonna end up having to eat
Oh, she's crazy. She's crazy. I like to sit outside and eat.
at
Oh,
my desk downstairs 5 inches away from my bed. So this was a no-go for me, especially because it was $4,000 for this unit. I was like, that's just not worth it. So while I was in the East, I viewed another unit that
This
is
one's-
a 1 bedroom for $3.999 to $4K.
this one's also 4K.
And this is a 1 bedroom, but to be honest, I feel like it's kind of a lie. It's actually just a studio. So when you walk in, you see that it is a really nicely built condo, pretty standard, and it kind of honestly reminds me of
It's
my
very
last
hot.
apartment in terms of the layout.
Aw.
You've got a quote-unquote study, which is basically what looks like
The
a
weather cooks
closet
you in
for your
Southeast
room
Asia?
and a little
What the fuck? They call this a study? Bro, what the fuck is this, dude?
dark area with no windows, and they call it a study because you can put a desk there and work in there, which obviously
What-
I'm not gonna do.
what
But
the
then you walk out,
fuck,
the living
dude?
room and bedroom are basically connected, but you walk out on the balcony and you've
Whoa,
got this
ocean view.
amazing view of East Coast, and it's just lovely. The amenities in seaside residences is
Thorough, thank you. Instead of Spore, live in Johor Bahru, Malaysia, Pippa. Even Kasusporians love coming here to refill their cars with our subsidized petrol.
beautiful. It's such a new building. Pool is massive. Area is great. But
It's a crying
honestly,
room, yeah.
I don't want to pay $4,000 for another studio apartment. I just
Time-out
feel
room.
kind of ripped
Jesus
off doing
Christ.
that. And at that point, I might as well just stay in my last unit, which is also kind of a studio layout. So this one, I wasn't too crazy about. Then
Who
I viewed
owns
another
these properties? I don't know.
These
I
are
mean,
honestly
the HDB ones. I guess it's gotta be
kind
the
of
government,
like rare
right?
unicorns. It's really difficult to find because they're off the market so quickly. It's a 1 bedroom unit in kind of central west area in Clementi, and it's going for $3,500, which is
Whoa.
really great from that price point perspective.
What's up with all these glass walls, chat? What's with the glass walls? Why are there so many of these apartments that have these? Julie's thinking, no, I want Stouffer's lasagna. Redaxco thinking that was a holding cell. It was. Bristol, thank you. Hey Pippa, first time super chatting you. Singapore is smaller than New York City, but it has 6 million people, so everything housing is expensive. 80% live in HDB/public housing.
This unit is beautifully
Jeez.
renovated. It's so lovely. You've got a couch area, you've got a small dining table.
I mean,
and you've got
for-
kind of tinted windows to the bedroom.
For there being so many people in such a small space, like the living conditions aren't so bad.
area. The
You
kitchen
know?
is at the back. You've got a lot of nice new appliances.
Like it's pretty
which I love.
cramped.
And you've got a little bit of a storage area where
It's pretty cramped, but like there's still like greenery and it's not
a washer and a dryer at the back, which are separated. The thing is, there's
It-
only
it's
one
not so
window in
bad.
this unit you can actually open, and it's a tiny one, so there's not a lot of natural light. And the agent basically told me the
It is,
landlord
though.
did this intentionally.
It's pretty
because
expensive.
She really wanted that kind of blackout, cozy hotel room
Singapore
style.
has very
So
low birth rate.
A lot of the windows were all just covered and made so that you can't actually open them.
I see what that guy means now about needing like double your salary if you want, or double the average salary if you wanna have a family. Cause could you imagine? Could you imagine, chat, like a family living in these? Hashtag anything. Glass walls help people feel less claustrophobic.
And you can definitely tell what the priorities were with this landlord, because this is a gorgeous, gorgeous wardrobe area. So much storage,
Whoa.
and it's honestly a girl's dream vanity area.
This is
But
excessive.
the reality is that if I could choose, wow, I would love to have so much space for my clothes. I'd rather have a little bit more living space. So this was such a
Jesus
beautiful
Christ.
unit. Gave me really
Okay.
weird vibes. So maybe
Whoa.
that's just me, but being
Whoa, 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 whoa! I like this
It's
one.
got exposed beams, so
Kind of looks like a heritage home. It looks so
You would
cute.
host friends at your place, but to be honest, something about the building just felt a bit off. I just got
Yeah,
weird vibes
I like
from
it.
I didn't take a video of this, but the hallway leading to the
Although it's kind of unfortunate, it doesn't look like there's a real bedroom.
It's this eerie, scary looking hallway that goes what feels like forever, and there's just like a million doors leading to it. So something about it just gave me really weird vibes.
I think this is cute.
So maybe that's just me, but for 3,800, it's a beautiful space. I mean, you can see all of them.
Loft
are kind of around the
apartment,
same
yeah.
price point, and
3.8
the
could
space you're
go.
getting
Yeah, that's
is
too much.
massive and
That's
a
too
great
much.
neighborhood. The last unit I viewed
That's way
is
too
a
much.
studio unit that's going for 3,600. Honestly, the price point was what kind of attracted me to it. I am not a huge fan of going for studios right now, but I was like, you know what? It's a squarish layout, so it looks awesome. It's a great neighborhood.
It's haunted.
Kind of River Valley, bridging on
What
Somerset
is it?
area, walking
8,300 people per square kilometer population density? Holy shit.
restaurants. This building is a little bit older. The kitchen and everything is a little bit dated, but it's actually got really great space. It's got gas stoves top, and the bathroom has
That
a
looks
lot of
terrible.
counter space. But I think just the fact that it's such
This
an
one
open
is
studio,
so.
I think with my
This one is so claustrophobic. You have this big open space here, and then everything is crammed into the
even with
back.
the
It's
studio, I
terrible.
still had like some separation of the entrance area. You can't see everything in one go, basically. is what
I guess if you're like a VR streamer, maybe this is ideal.
This unit, because you can see everything, I just don't know how I'm gonna put my dining table with my bed and then have that bed right by the balcony, which is lovely and huge. But I think it was just I
What
just really
the
wanted to
hell?
have a little bit more separation between work, play, eating.
The prices are in
So
Singaporean
this was a no-go
dollars?
for me. So I
How much
viewed
is this in
E6
USD?
apartments and more, and I viewed so many different neighborhoods, and you'll see the reoccurring trend is it's either a condo
Man.
that is old.
Man, these are. Wow. Wow. No, thank you. No, thank you, chat. No, thank you. Jesus Christ. Life is rough in Singapore. Oh, I found more random videos. I found more random ones. Let's
This is
break
why
the
some
mood.
people don't like Singapore and why I think
The
they're
ship-
wrong. They say Singapore is boring. If you do your research, it's definitely not boring. There are fun activities like wake surfing, different art exhibitions which are often even free. You can find a huge
Ah.
variety of food spots. The list is endless.
What the hell is this? Singaporeans in chat? Please explain. 4K Singapore dollar is about 3K. Still expensive. It's still so expensive.
Singapore is expensive. Might be true compared to other
Oh.
Southeast Asian countries like Malaysia or
Oh, that's so
Bali, but
pretty.
definitely not true compared to Switzerland or New York. And
Pound, thank you. Help. Thank you for the Akasupa. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Man.
Singapore has high
Man.
salaries and one of the highest GDP per capita
rage
in the
room.
world, even higher than the US. Singapore is too westernized and has no Asian vibes. People saying this should go to Chinatown, Bugis Market, or hawker centers. What's your opinion?
Huh. Why people don't like
A lot of people
visiting
don't
Singapore?
like traveling to Singapore, and that's
What is that? Chat, what is this? What is this? Everybody's saluting Brown. This is the airport, huh? Why is the airport
and
so
that's really fine
fancy?
because everyone has different
Water,
travel
shut
experience
up.
and opinions, but they often give the same three reasons. So I just wanted to share my thoughts. I'm not Singaporean, by the way, just someone who has traveled to Singapore before. Firstly, they will say Singapore is too small and
Whoa.
boring, but the thing is, Singapore is a city-state, so the area of land is a lot smaller than a typical country, so you can't really expect it to be big and diverse. So I think it's more fair.
I mean, it seems like Singapore is extremely
Compared
diverse.
to another city in Asia. Second common reason they give is Singapore is expensive and they will compare it to its Southeast Asian neighbors. But I don't think they realize that Singapore has high salaries and one of the highest GDP per capita in the world.
Oh, Singapore is Singapore's above the United States. Wait, what the fuck? Why is Ireland so high? Chat, why is Ireland so high? Why is Luxembourg so far ahead of everybody? Where the fuck even is Luxembourg?
Even higher than the US, so you can't really expect it to be cheap like its neighbors, but you can still travel cheaply. Like all the hawker center food and public transport is very affordable. Another common reason people give is Singapore feels very westernized and doesn't have that Asia vibe. I don't know if they visited Chinatown or Little India, because that definitely didn't feel westernized to me. I'm not so sure what they mean by Asia vibe. Like, do they expect there to be motorbikes everywhere, street food stores for it to qualify for having Asia vibe? A lot of people...
Tax havens. Low taxes in Ireland. Luxembourg is super rich? Rich people register in Ireland for taxes. Luxembourg is kind of the banking capital of the EU. Oh, rip Luxembourg fans. High income, but everything is expensive.
So apparently
it's just like America. It's just like America. See, that's the thing, chat. That's the thing. Is it's like, if you already live somewhere where you have like high income but also high cost of living, right? You can like, if you work remotely like I do, you know, you could move anywhere. That's all I'm saying. And move somewhere cheaper. Move somewhere cheaper and more affordable. And XVKR, thank you. Luxembourg and Ireland are ultra high because of billionaire money laundering. Oh.
It's illegal to sing here in Singapore.
What?
So let's get someone to sing with me. Excuse me, would you guys sing a song with me?
Sorry, I don't TikTok. I'm so sorry.
He doesn't TikTok. You seem like a fun guy. Would you sing a song with me?
This woman's annoying. I don't like her. I don't. This is negative charisma, chat.
Would you guys sing a song with me?
He is good in singing.
Club along if you feel like happiness is the truth. Hey, nicely done. Everyone was rejecting me. You were carefree and fun enough to actually sing with me, and you could get locked up for that. For your time, sir.
Seriously? Are you kidding?
No, I'm not.
All right.
Yeah, thank you. So apparently,
Typical tourist. This is annoying. She was later caned for being a public nuisance based. She's better than Johnny Somali. That's a very low bar. That's a very low bar to set. Singing is illegal in Singapore. Chat, is this real? She's wrong, by the way. This doesn't seem like the kind of thing that would be correct. It seems like maybe this is like what you would hear down the grapevine because it's illegal to sing for money or whatever, or hold like unlicensed performances in public areas. I don't know. That bar is in the 7th layer of hell currently? Huh? Oh, with Johnny Salali? It's most likely in public. Basking is illegal unless you have a license. It's a blatant lie. Tourist hate. She's just trying to clickbait. She's just trying to clickbait. You need busking licenses. That makes sense.
Here are 5 weird things that
Doesn't
are
think
banned
it's illegal to do cocaine in Singapore? Yeah, prove it.
in Singapore. Chewing gum. 1992 में लोगों ने ऑब्जर्व किया कि लोग chewing gum लेकर मेट्रो के सीट के नीचे चिपका
Is this English?
रहे हैं. तो यहाँ chewing gums banned है. आप रोड पर chewing gum खाते
He's not speaking English. If you're caught having chewing gum on the road, you'll be fined with $1,000. First of all, thank you. Singapore has a high GDP because per capita because it's a tax haven. There's no inheritance tax / capital gains tax and max 24% income tax for 1 million income or more. Also, do you know protest requires permission? Well, Julie, thank you. Could you sing a cereal commercial jingle? I don't know any cereal commercial jingles. XVKR, thank you. Singing is legal. Unlicensed performances are not. Dumb tourists doing travel begging are also not allowed.
Number 2, nudity. बिना कपड़ों के पब्लिक में आप कई देशों में नहीं घूम सकते. लेकिन सिंगापुर में आप आपके
going out nude is illegal in many countries. But in Singapore, you can't be seen nude in your house. That's based. Chat, Singapore is based. I remember reading this one story about a guy who lived next to a school, and he would stand in his window. He would stand at his window naked, and there was nothing anybody could do about it because he was on his own property, so it couldn't be classified as public indecency or anything. How do you shower then? You fucking close the curtains. You close the curtains, dude. What do you guys mean? What do you guys mean? You can't be seen nude in your house. Are you guys all like voyeurists or something? Do you like to bathe with like all of the like with a fucking window open showing every part of your body in full display? You guys are weird. Daniel's here thinking Luxembourg has trees. Crush Renata's castle. Pippa glowing. Because I think it's gross that people will show their bare bodies to other people. Yes, I think that's gross. Exhibition is not voyeur. Okay, whatever. So when you're not wearing any clothes, you have to be very careful. If a neighbor complains, you will have to pay the fine.
Number 3, porn. Nudity ban होने का
The main reason to ban nudity is that pornography is illegal in Singapore. So if you're going to Singapore, remember which sites not to be visited.
Number 4, durian.
The fucking fruit? Fresh air though, Pippa. You guys are weird. If you want fresh air, then you should have like a window open that's like higher than line of sight of your body. Please, thank you. People are fucking weird. It's the world's most controversial fruit. If you carry it in Metro, then you'll be fined with $500. Oh, Lee Kuan Yew time. Oh, I forgot. Okay, after we finish this. Because some people hate its smell. Smoking. If you're caught smoking in a public place, you'll be fined with $200. Spitting and littering is fined with $1,000. Singapore is strict, that's why people follow the rules. Should India also be strict like this? I don't know. I'm not from there. Lee Kuan Yew. Whoever governs Singapore should have that iron in him. Lee Kuan Yew, in his own words, the ideas, values, and career of Singapore's first Prime Minister. This looks like it'll get me shut down. CNA. Singapore's controversial father? Biographics.
This video is brought to you by Squarespace. From websites and online stores to marketing tools and analytics, Squarespace is the ultimate all-in-one platform to build a beautiful online presence.
Shut up!
Would be awful. On a time of the madhouse in North Korea, it was a time of strongmen, of powerful rulers who dominated their nations. But not all of them would be awful. On a tiny island at the south of the Malay Peninsula, one man would forge a different kind of regime, a hybrid that would mix authoritarianism with democracy, oppressive laws with staggering wealth, free market capitalism with state control. Known as Lee Kuan Yew, he would create modern Singapore. Coming to power at the end of the colonial era, Lee inherited a Singapore still ruined by war and riven with poverty and ethnic divisions. Yet he somehow managed to transform it into one of the richest, safest nations on Earth. Controversial in his methods, brilliant in his results.
So the bulk of Singapore, like, infrastructure has been built by this guy? Or like, Julia, thank you. 2 times speed is different.
This is the story of Singapore's father.
Singapore's father.
Given that he's now famous for championing Singaporean independence, it can be a surprise to discover just how much Lee Kuan Yew benefited from British rule. When he was born on September the 16th, 1923, it wasn't...
Dictatorship gone well. Eh? Narrator's annoying. He even built the
into
bricks.
a world of poverty
He placed
and
every brick
depression,
himself.
but into a family
Are you making fun of me?
embedded among the colonial elite. As a fourth-generation Straits Chinese, the Lees were part of an ethnic group who'd come to control the British colony decades before, mixing their culture with that of both the local Malay and the ruling British. For Lee, that meant growing up in a mostly English-speaking environment. Until he was an adult, nearly everyone he knew called him Harry
this
Lee.
city.
It also meant growing up in relative comfort. With his solidly middle-class parents, Lee was able to attend the Raffles Institution, an elite school named after the port city's British founder.
He was a
But
hard worker.
while he was certainly pampered, young Harry Lee wasn't just coasting through life. Although
Not single-handed, he had some good contacts. Some of his ministers knew oil execs, others were surprisingly resistant to going on the take.
undoubtedly part of the elite, the
Nice,
Boys
thank you.
family came from the lower rungs of the privilege ladder. Less than
Singapore is South Korea, but less strict? Huh? Singapore seems very strict. Is that really a good comparison?
1% and more the struggling to get into the 1%. This gave him a drive many of his peers lacked, a drive to prove his worth. When Lee graduated in 1939, it wasn't just at the head of his class, but ahead of any other student in the whole colony
It's like,
of
I think
British Malaya.
he shat on U.S. reporters so hard. Is there a video of that? Lee Kuan Yew, U.S. reporters. Oh man, this is another rabbit hole. Ooh, Lee Kuan Yew, when the American CIA tried to bribe him and a Singapore official. Wait, I want to hear this.
I want to be quite frank with you here. If
Oh,
the
British accent. What the fuck?
withdraw, I'm prepared to go on with the Australians and the New Zealanders, but I'm not prepared to go on with the Americans.
Why not, Mr. Prime Minister? Why do you think America
Well, can I put it this way? I think there are highly intelligent, well-meaning often people, and some of their leaders, like Kennedy, the late president, had signs of growing greatness, depth. But, you know, by and large, the administration lacks depth and judgment or wisdom, which comes out of an accumulation of knowledge of human beings and human situations over a long period of time. That's lacking. And it's not their fault. What have they got? 300-400 years of history? And they've become a nation just recently.
Oh.
You know, I'll tell you this. I've had 3 experiences.
Oh man, what the fuck?
Only 3 experiences with the Americans. And they did not intend any harm in each one of them. But the tragedy was they did real harm. First, this is old stuff now.
Man.
We caught an American CIA agent trying to subvert our intelligence special branch officer. Bribe him so that the special branch officer will feed the CIA, because the CIA wants to know what's happening.
Oh my god. Oh my god.
I mean, subverting a Singapore officer. The man might have succeeded, but I'm proud to say that the officer offered large sum of money and continuing sums of money. This was in 1960.
He showed too much of his hand, man. He was like, yeah, I'll pay you real good. I'll pay you real good. They're like, what the fuck?
Refused and reported the matter to his chief, who reported it to me.
Yeah, fucking called him out.
Man was caught, locked up. And it was on razor's edge whether we charged him in open court or not. No, let me explain this. When I told the American government, all right, we keep quiet, you take this man away, $100 million to the Singapore government for economic development.
What the hell? $100 million, you can have your spy back. What the fuck? He blackmailed them, he did. What the fuck?
You know? No.
listen.
Yeah, no idea who that is. We don't. Sorry, John Smith. We don't have any idea who that is. Huh? I think you're confusing us with the Russians.
I didn't tell. You know, I never spoke to the Americans direct because, you know,
oh my God.
They lack the finesse, and you know, they may say yes, they give it to you.
Yeah, the
Why
shakedown.
Not? Why to the Singapore government?
Yeah, and in $1960 too. Oh my
Just
God.
give to you, to me, which would have ruined me. But through an intermediary, they offered me and my party $10 million. I mean, the insult, you know. I told them, keep it.
Oh my God. This guy.
No, this is important.
He's got
Do not
charisma. What
forget
the hell?
this. And this is why I have not the slightest doubt that my two colleagues, Dr. To and Mr. Rajaratnam,
Mr. Roger
go
Rabbit?
on this tour of Afro-Asia, which they'll do as soon as the local affairs are settled. I have not the slightest doubt that Afro-Asia will be with us. You see, unlike...
Good afternoon from Malaysia, Pippa. Malaysian food is better than Singapore food?
Well, with an American...
What specifically? What specifically is better?
Base with American sovereignty is independent and not a neo-colonialist stooge, then me, the people of Singapore, owners of the British bases. I mean, I could give you a notice, 24 hours notice, you have to quit. Or you're committing an act of aggression.
Oh, Rajaratnam, but Roger Rabbit is fine.
With very serious consequences.
Oh, very true.
Oh, yeah, surely.
I think, Mr. Lee,
Oh. Jesus. Jesus. 8-man, thank you. The guy who tried to bribe him was found... Was from Pippa's department. What the fuck? As a Singaporean, we lose. The Singaporeans in chat are just conceding that Malaysian food is better. Oh, we eat the same food, you goof. Oh. Oh, I wanna bring a Singaporean streamer on and a Malaysian streamer on and have them discuss the differences. I wonder how different the two countries really are. Huh. I know, Goseki, I have to agree with WD Sanja. Malaysians taste better. What do you mean? What do you mean? Oh, good ministers are not just those who kiss babies. Yuka, thank you. When this Lee Kuan Yew guy passed, 20% of the whole population turned up to pay respects. Thousands gather for funeral. You hear amazing, you. Forget about Malaysia and Singapore, people come to Brazil. We've already had this discussion.
Torrential rain did nothing to dampen the resolve of thousands paying tribute to Singapore's first Prime Minister.
Holy shit! 1923 to 2015. This man lived a long fucking life. Holy shit, dude. Chosen by God.
Lee Kuan Yew's funeral procession covered 15.4 kilometres through the city-state to reach the National University, where services were held. Carried on a ceremonial gun carriage, his coffin was led at times briskly and always under tight security from Parliament past local landmarks. Lee died on March the 20th.
Oh, see, thank you. You want to have two different C on the same stream? Chad is about to learn some new slurs.
Third at the age of 91, he's credited with transforming Singapore from a British colonial outpost to one of the wealthiest nations in the world. Dignitaries from all corners of the globe attended his funeral.
I wonder what Singapore was like, what it was really like when he grew up in it. That's insane though. That like, is he like the technical founder, I guess, of like modern Singapore, I guess? It was a barren island at 65? Lee Kuan Yew was uneasy about his deification in media. He is our god emperor. Singapore was like Malaysia? I don't know much about Malaysia. British controlled
including
port.
William Hague representing the UK and
Father of the state, not exactly a founder.
former US President Bill Clinton.
We were a well-known country, just not like this. It wasn't barren. What the hell? Markle, thank you. Singapore was pretty cool until World War II. You don't want to know what happened to it during the war? Okay. Lee Kuan Yew, what's the thing about the reporter? Weren't you only partway through the video about it? Oh, shit, right.
Yeah.
Okay, let's get back to this.
Piece of Lee Kuan Yew, a combination of
Psycho, thank you. Fun fact, not a slur, but Westerners are called Ang Mal, which translates to red-haired in Singapore and Malaysia.
searing intelligence, extreme determination, but also a desire to show off, to prove he was better than anyone else. And it worked. That fall, Lee planned to go to study at a prestigious university in England, just the first step on a short staircase that would take him to the top of the colonial administration. But you know what they say about the best laid plans of mice and men? Well, the arrival of World War II was about to do to Lee's plans what a sadistic cat does to a helpless mouse. The eruption of conflict in Europe forced the ambitious young man to stay put in Singapore, trading England's green and pleasant lands for a scholarship at Raffles College. It wasn't all a bust. It was while studying that Lee met his future wife, law student Kwa Gyok Chu. On the other hand, it also meant that he was still in Singapore in early 1942 when the Japanese Imperial Army came rolling in. The Battle of Singapore began on February the 8th after the fall of mainland British Malay. By now, the colonial authorities had destroyed the bridges to the islands and concentrated their forces of tens of thousands of troops. With the added advantage of a defensive ring of heavy guns, they theoretically could have kept the Japanese at bay. In the end, though, they barely managed to hold them off for a week, despite an order from
That's not good.
Churchill to keep fighting. Singapore's governor surrendered on February the 15th, at which point
What
the
the
Imperial
fuck?
Army did what it did best and launched a campaign of mass murder. As a straight
no.
Chinese, the Japanese occupation was an odd time for Lee. On the one hand, the Japanese were actively hunting down and killing Chinese people on the islands. One time, Lee was nearly caught by a death squad. Another, he was interrogated and humiliated. On the other hand, he was also part of the elite. The Japanese still needed to run their new territory once the chaos of the invasion.
Jesus Christ. Luckily, then you look up Lee Kuan Yew, human rights. Basically, he explains reasoning behind capital punishment for drug crimes.
Was over, family connections managed to get him a job at the Imperial News Agency, Demei, where he quickly learned Japanese. What he was really doing there remains uncertain. In the closing days of the war, Lee was suddenly forced to go into hiding. It's been speculated that he was passing information on to British intelligence and may have been discovered. Whatever the truth, Lee managed to stay underground until the danger had passed. On the 12th of September 1945...
Far Eastern, thank you. If people wants to learn about Singapore and World War II, she should learn about Lieutenant Adnan, Battle of Pasir Panjang.
British forces liberated Singapore, yet Lee didn't exactly welcome them back with open arms. The easy surrender of Singapore had left many on the islands with a bitter taste in their mouths. From seeing himself as part of the colonial elite, Lee had now...
They got fucking thrown to the wolves, man. No wonder Singapore was like fucking. no wonder when he like, I guess like took control of Singapore, he was like, all right, we gotta make it on our own out here because nobody's gonna fucking help us. Jesus Christ!
The Brits as people who abandoned his home in its hour of need.
Exactly. Kusa, thank you. Don't watch Sea Country in World War II. The thing we did make Austria painter look soft.
He himself later wrote, the war had left him determined that no one, neither the Japanese nor the British, had the right to push and kick us around.
Hell yeah.
Although Lee came out of World War II distinctly unimpressed with Singapore.
The British were also wolves, by the way. Well, yeah, but...
Singapore's overlords, that didn't mean he was entirely done with Britain. After
It's just fucking up that like fucking Britain took control of Singapore, and then the second they had to actually do something to protect their fucking territory, they're like, nah. Nah. Good luck, have fun. We could help. Nah.
Working in the post-war black markets for a year, he'd pulled together enough cash to get a boat to England to take up his studies.
Look
For
what
4
happened
years,
here. The
he lived at
Viva Bean
heart
plush
of the
finally
empire.
got here today. Long wait, but very worth. Hell yeah.
It was an experience that would transform his life. As Lee quickly found out, Britain was somehow both more or less than he'd imagined during his colonial childhood. On the one hand, he developed a deep love for the rolling hills of the West Country and life among the moneyed elite. On the other hand, he soon discovered that his hosts could be unbelievably racist. So rude were so many people to this Asian man walking among them that any remaining scales fell from Lee's eyes. As he later noted, I saw no reason why they should be governing me. They're not superior. Still, it wasn't all bad times. While in England, Lee finally married Kwa Gyok Cho. More significantly for our story, though, he also got deeply involved in politics. This was the era of the Attlee Labour government, perhaps the most left-wing in British history. Helping the party campaign in Totnes for the 1950 election, Lee began to drink in its ideas, to take on board its great plans for social housing, for establishing powerful state monopolies. When he returned to Singapore, he'd carry them back with him, tucked up carefully in his heart, alongside the anti-colonial ideas that he'd picked up mixing with African and Indian students. Although left-wing politics seemed a natural fit for Lee, back in Singapore, he resumed his life among the moneyed class.
You can really see, I guess, why or how Singapore came to be what it is. Just by learning about this one man. Agree, thank you. The Brits couldn't really help, attacked at every British territory around the world at once at the height of the British Empire. Right now, goes, thank you. We psyoped Japan with Disney cartoons after World War II, which led to anime, so they wouldn't do this again. Source, I am an FBI informant. I informed them that they're gay. What the fuck?
A young wealthy lawyer who loved golf and fancy cars. But Lee was deeply aware that left-wing politics could also mean something more than just wealth redistribution, a chance to stick it to the colonial administration.
Does Singapore have a military? Team Spinner, thank you. To be fair, Britain, they had higher priorities to take care of at that time.
Over the next few years, Lee honed his oratory, addressing strikers and defending activists in the courts, developing a punchy street-fighting style. Yet he took care to keep his distance from those who actually threw punches. Lee, you see, felt activism had to come second to law and order, especially given the rise of communism. The 1949 creation of the People's Republic of China had turned a generation of Singaporean Chinese into hardcore red activists. Activists determined to win Singapore's increasing number of elected seats.
Singapore has a draft. Of national service, which is conscription?
By now, Lee was acutely aware that he'd need some of this vast Chinese population on his side if he ever wanted to win elections. But he also detested communism. His solution? The People's Action Party, formed in...
Pippa, a state can't exist without a military? I mean, Japan doesn't have a military.
1954, PAP was a shotgun marriage between Singapore's anglicised left-wingers and the Chinese-speaking communists who actually wanted to get into power. From Lee's perspective, though, it was also a way for him to appeal to local Chinese voters who might otherwise regard him as unacceptably close to Britain. To help sell his credentials, he brushed up on Mandarin, learned Hokkien. Then, just for the heck of it, he also learned Tamil. By the time of
the main languages of Singapore!
1955 election, Lee was able to appeal directly to all of Singapore's...
They kinda do. They have the US military. JSDF, by the way. Isn't it like heavily nerfed?
Major ethnic groups in their own tongues, be they Chinese, Malay, or Indian. It was a stupendous feat of learning. Sadly, though, it wasn't enough. That year, PAP lost out to Singapore's other major left-wing party, the Labour Front. But what was bitterly disappointing
Phobia, thank you.
On that night.
Nerfed? How come? Okay, I don't know. I thought one of the big talking points about Japan was that they weren't allowed to have a military anymore. Yona Chana, thank you. Lee Kuan Yew once said that if he felt something wrong, he would rise from the grave on the video. Sometimes I doubt he passed away. Oh, right now goes, thank you. Everyone in Japan. Oh my god. Lashman, thank you. JSDF has been known to bypass the treaty if Japanese citizens abroad are attacked, therefore technically defense.
soon turned out to be a blessing. Ruling as a minority government, Labour Front lost control of the striking workers, causing Britain to pause Singapore's timetable for decolonisation.
The JSDF is totally not a military, but they have F-35s.
Paranoid this was all the fault of communist agitators, Labour Front launched a brutal crackdown targeting the Chinese.
It's basically a military. Officially, yes. In practice, no. Okay, so I was technically right, just not realistically. Potato Radio, thank you. If you don't want to sleep, read what happened to the British nurses who stayed when World War II started. I don't want to.
The result, an unpopular government that also did Lee the massive favour of kneecapping his communist rivals in PAP. By the time of the 1959 election, the once divided party was largely under his control. The results that May were a blowout for PAP, netting them all but 8 of the 51 contested seats. Just a few days later, on June the 3rd, 1959, the British surrendered internal control of the island. At age 35, Lee Kuan Yew became the first Prime Minister of Singapore. Yet the Wunderkinds had no intention of leading his island to complete independence. Instead, the BAP had run on a specific platform, one of taking Singapore fully out of British control and into federation with Malaysia.
Is that why there's bad blood? Well, Lucy, thank you. Every half-competent military in the world is America's 30 to 50-year-old war equipment, and Japan happens to be in that list. Himawari Kotetsu, thank you. Technically correct, the best kind of correct.
Fulfillment of that plan would soon become Lee's greatest triumph and his darkest nightmare. All right, well.
So he made a swap. He was like, all right, don't worry guys, we won't be under British control, but we'll be under Malaysian control. Is that what's going on here?
We'll get back to today's video in just a minute, but first,
shut up, dude.
You ever sport, you can your website fee for your site. No, anchoring with provide member. When you're ready to go to Square or web.
Oh my god.
Singapore.
Oh god. Moment of anguish. Yes. Malaysia rejected Singapore. Huh? So, okay, so like, picture this. So Singapore is like a little startup company, right? And they have some investments and a contract with like Nintendo. And Nintendo's like, all right, you can publish games that have the official seal of Nintendo on them, but we're not really actually giving you anything technically. And then the small startup was like, okay, well, we'll go make games for Ubisoft then. We're fucking out of here, dude. We're out of here. And then Ubisoft was like, we don't want your games. What a comparison.
So here's something you need to know about Singapore. It really shouldn't exist. At a little over 700 square kilometers, it's a quarter of the size of Rhode Island. It's home to an ethnic mix with no natural shared language or culture, plus a host of different religions. It's also resource poor, without even enough water to sustain itself. As Lee himself put it, long after it somehow made this impossible state work, to understand Singapore and why it is...
It'd be like if Nintendo kicked out Pokemon. But in this example, Britain is Nintendo.
What it is, you've got to start off with the fact that it's not supposed to exist and cannot exist. We don't have the ingredients of a nation, the elementary factors, a homogeneous population, common language, common culture, and common destiny. Hence the insane efforts Lee put into joining Malaysia. Independent since 1957, Malaysia had the resources and market for products that Singapore needed to stay afloat, and they were happy for their island neighbour to join. In 1961, Lee met Malayan Prime Minister Tunku Abdul Rahman to discuss a merger between their nations, plus Sarawak and North Borneo. A tentative agreement was reached. Unfortunately,
your chat suffers from the Dunning-Kruger effect.
This alone was enough to make Singapore explode. While many backed PAP on Malaysia, a whole bunch of Chinese were terrified it could be their ticket to becoming a persecuted minority. That summer, a splinter faction...
Wait, a persecuted minority? Wait, what? What?
From PAP forms the Barisan Socialis to campaign against the merger. So Lee called a referendum which returned a solid pro-Malaysia minority.
So they're scared that like Singaporeans will be discriminated against? That like if Singapore joined Malaysia, then Malaysia would be like, all right, well, we don't actually consider you part of like our larger circle. You're like our DLC. What a good day to be a Singaporean. Well, not back then, it sounds like, but because the Chinese would be a smaller group.
Majority. But when riots then broke out, Lee decided to put an
Singaporeans, not
end
the
to
Malay
Liberace
ones.
and Socialis once and for all. Launched in February 1963, Operation Cold Store was perhaps the first time Lee Kuan Yew showed just how far he was willing to go to keep order. Over 100 people, including all of Barisan Socialis's leaders, were arrested and held without charge, effectively locked up for opposing the merger. It was a glimmering of the hard.
This guy does not fuck around. You disagree with me? All right. Get in the cell.
Authoritarian edge Lee would display all his life, but it also ensured Singapore would join the Malaysian Federation. On August 31st, 1963, Lee held a special ceremony to mark the end of British influence over the islands and swear loyalty to Kuala Lumpur. Just over 2 weeks later, Singapore ceased to exist as an independent state, and a bright new future as part of a dynamic federation began. At least, that's how the script was supposed to go. In reality, Lee would barely have time to celebrate his greatest political triumph before it all came crashing down in flames. The reasons the Singapore-Malaysia Union collapsed are legion and vary depending on who you're talking to. But there are
It's like I think you merge is scary because they're afraid there's more of the Malaysia food over Singapore
some
food
common
guy.
threads, from the staggering taxes Kuala Lumpur levied on the island to Lee's aggressive attempt to expand PAP's reach on the
Good night,
mainland.
Pips.
But
Good
perhaps
night.
the clearest thread running through every part of this disappointing tapestry was the issue Lee feared most of all: race. To simplify a complex issue, the new Malaysia.
Okay, so he's worried that wait, what?
Running through every part of this disappointing tapestry was the issue Lee feared most of all: race.
He was for it. He was for the merger with Malaysia. So was it that he's worried about race wars? Yeah, was it that like the Chinese and Indian Singaporeans were like were
Simplify a complex
rioting,
issue.
maybe?
The new Malaysia wanted to promote Malay culture, while Lee felt only an avowedly multicultural project could stop the peninsula from descending into ethnic violence. When two separate race riots paralyzed Singapore in 1964, killing 36 and injuring hundreds, both sides felt their
Okay, yeah, that would have expected.
worst suspicions had been confirmed. By summer 1965, tensions were no longer simmering so much as they were boiling over the edges of the pot and covering the stone in angry resentment. That June, things got so bad that Tunku Abdul Rahman basically went, you know what? To hell with this fool. The process of expelling Singapore from Malaysia was as swift as it was irreversible. While Lee was given a few days' notice,
Why did I can't remember his name. Why did why did Malaysia not? This is gonna be like a really dark take, but like, why did Malaysia not just be like, okay, well, like there's more of us, so we can just overpower the people who are rioting, you know? Like they could have just taken it over, but maybe it wasn't worth it because Singapore didn't have as many resources on its own. And so it would like effectively destroy Singapore.
to give the illusion that this was a mute.
This video skips so many major events. Thank you. Side note, but we also got quite big VTuber community in Singapore too. Even Singapore military has its own VTubers. Really? Wait, I want to see that next. After this.
Parting, it was a clear case of jump.
When I typed in Singapore VTubers, not much came up.
Or you pushed. On August the 9th, 1965, Lee held a press conference to confirm what news had reported that morning, that Singapore had left the Federation. To call it a shock would be an understatement. Most of Lee's cabinet hadn't even been told until less than 48 hours before the announcement. But that afternoon, it was Lee who seemed to be most shocked of all. Eyes glistening with tears, Lee asked his countrymen to stand firm, to believe that they really could survive as an independent state. Later, he would call that press conference his moment of anguish. And it's easy to see why. For the first time in modern history, this tiny, overcrowded island was now utterly alone in a dark, hostile world surrounded by larger powers. And
weird. That's terrifying. That's fucking terrifying, man.
Unless he wanted to be
Jesus
remembered as the
Christ.
man who
Bro cried because of this. Yeah, I mean, he's basically responsible for the safety of Singapore and its citizens and their everything, and they're entirely alone. They're a fucking micronation that can get easily stamped out and stomped on, and if Japan was like, all right, round 2, like they'd get fucking decimated at that point. Very well, thank you. Kamisi and Subverters started riots that broke us.
who destroyed Singapore.
If anybody was like, all right, easy land grab, let's go, like it'd be over for them.
Lee was going to need a miracle. Since we're living in a world where Singapore...
Japan wasn't really in a place for round 2 at that point. There's still other nations that could be like, all right, we want this land that can help us secure other, like a foothold in the colonizing and taking over other countries as well.
Clearly didn't implode into ethnic violence. There's not much point in us structuring this chapter like a narrative.
It's very difficult to word things without like, I don't want to step on toes with this. Arglide, thank you. During that period, the Reds were pushing communism into all the countries. There was a lot of fighting in places like Indonesia, Malaysia, that you probably haven't heard about.
Following Lee Kuan Yew as he struggles to make miracles happen. Instead, we're going to dive into the details of Lee's rule without
Strategic
regard
port,
for chronology.
yeah.
So
yeah, USA says hello.
You can see for yourself how he held his city-state together. One of the biggest issues the young country faced was his ethnic cocktail, one which had already produced 2 notorious race riots. With so many Chinese, Malay and Indians all crammed together, Singapore was always going to be multicultural. But Lee surprised everyone by how far into that he leaned.
All those other countries were rebuilding. Even if they're rebuilding at the moment, right? Like, how do you take such a small chunk of land, right? And how do you develop it into something that can be its own power, you know? Like, Jesus.
Rather than favor
Uphill
one
battle.
language or culture over the other, Lee's solution was to embrace aspects of all of them.
He's so happy.
Chinese, Tamil, and Malay were all made official languages, with English promoted as the lingua franca to bind them together. The calendar was stuffed with public holidays for all the major religions, with Christian, Muslim, Hindu, Buddhist, and Chinese celebrations sprinkled throughout the year. Perhaps most surprising, though, was housing policy. Under Lee, the Housing and Development Board, or HDB,
Oh, this is what you guys were showing me before.
became one of the most powerful government departments, eventually building homes for around 80% of Singaporeans. This is important because many HDB blocks were given strict...
Australia did it, but they're bigger. Yeah, but Australia had many more years to do it, and they were at less risk of attack from literally anybody else. Consider the size of Australia. He brought that up in one of the interviews. He was like, those motherfuckers had 300 years and they only just now started to be able to do anything. They only just now came into their own as a country. Lisa, thank you. They try to stop communists, but we friend now. And Australia is so far out of the way and so much more defensible.
Strict ethnic quotas intended to reflect the demographics of the country at large. In other words, an enforced multiculturalism that Lee intended to stop the formation of ghettos. Another big issue was poverty. If, like me, you grew up long after Singapore became a byword for well-ordered and freakishly clean, it can be hard to imagine the state it was in when Lee assumed power. The people were poor, the streets dirty, tracts of land still scarred by war damage. Half the population was functionally illiterate. As one popular travel magazine of the era sniffed, utter filth and poverty. One must see with his own eyes to believe it. Fast forward to 1990 and Singapore would be
I was thinking, most of Australia is barren desert with nobody there.
the second richest nation in Asia. So
the livable parts of Australia is still a much greater mass of land than Singapore.
How did this happen? What potent ideology did Lee seize upon to transform this small tropical island? The answer? None. Grafted onto a European or American understanding of left and right, the Great Singapore Experiment can be laughably hard to quantify. Finance and free market were embraced, along with low corporate tax rates and all sorts of incentives for international businesses to base themselves there. At the same time, though, Lee never
I only had 256k internet in 2010 in Australia, by the way.
forgot the lessons he'd learned from Attlee's Labour government in Britain. Certain sectors, such as housing, were dominated by powerful state monopolies with...
There's a CIA base in the middle of of Australia. Dude, I bet there's all kinds of crazy testing going out in the fucking middle of the Australian desert. I bet they're doing all kinds of crazy shit out there where nobody can see. Westy West, the USA had a successful coup in Australia, though.
A level of government infusion into people's lives that would give most conservatives a heart attack. Most famously, this came in the form of social improvement campaigns. A hard-bitten realist, Lee didn't trust his fellow humans not to be gross, so he employed a carrot-and-stick approach to stop citizens from doing everything from spitting or chewing gum to fly-tipping and failing to flush the toilet. In this case, the stick was quite literal. Those who acted crude in public could be sentenced to not just fines, but also caning. Yet, for all
He's cooking. I mean, you guys can be like, well, no, that's inhumane. That's inhumane. But like, people suck. He was based and he realizes people suck and they're gonna do stupid stuff. And you have to make them stop if you want success.
its weird mishmash of what we consider right and left, it's hard to deny that Lee's methods worked. Poverty rates plummeted, literacy skyrocketed, the city became cleaner, richer, and more orderly than the
beat the shit out of people until they shape up. Holy based.
could have ever dreamed. Back when we did our geographics video on Singapore itself, we talked in wonder about how such ideological opposites such as Margaret Thatcher and Deng Xiaoping could both visit and come away thinking, I want to do that. Yet, despite his own professed lack of ideology, in a weird way, you can see a consistent logic to Lee's decisions. A champion of what he called Asian values, Lee believed in putting the health of society above the rights of the individual, no matter who those individuals were. That meant coming down on corrupt government officials like a ton of angry bricks. It meant ensuring a high-wage economy for everyone in the public sector and creating a compulsory savings system for healthcare. There's a reason millions mourned when Lee Kuan Yew died in 2015, and that's because he faced a future where Singapore could have easily been poor or corrupt or just really, really divided, and instead he created a safe, stable, and wealthy society.
Jesus Christ. This makes like think you inhumane for those who act like animals is perfect.
But that doesn't mean it was all a utopia. It's time for us to take a quick look.
It never is. It really bugs the shit out of me. Like not this guy, but when people when like something is proposed, right? Like there's a system for something or whatever where people are like, all right, if we can just do this, it'll work out. And then people are like, actually, that's not 100% perfect system, and thus we should not do literally anything. Okay.
Look at the darker side.
I guess we'll do nothing ever then.
Metropolis, one marked less by great strides in living standards, more by creeping authoritarianism.
Yeah.
Back in our opening,
thank you. Holy shit, Mike Tyson just bit Jake Paul's ear off? That'd be so based if he did that.
Lumped Lee Kuan Yew in with some pretty unsavory characters. While that was mostly to demonstrate how different he was from other East Asian rulers in this era, it was also because
life has trade-offs, yeah. William, thank you. How far has Singapore come? Me enjoying 915 megabits per second to 1 gigabytes per second download and upload internet speed consistently?
He at least vaguely belongs in their group. No one can stay in power for over 30 years without having at least a mild authoritarian streak. And Lee's streak was sometimes a shade or two beyond mild. For starters, Singapore functioned under some pretty strict limits on free speech and public assembly. It also featured a judiciary that was less than independent. While judges were free from obvious interference, they still towed the PAP party line on nearly all significant rulings. And speaking of PAP, it wasn't...
His bare ass was on screen for an uncomfortable amount of time.
Just Lee who became a permanent feature of the landscape. Despite technically being a multi-party democracy with free and fair elections, Singapore effectively became a one-party state. Between 1966 and 1981, not a single seat in parliament was held by a non-PAP politician. When a record 40% of voters backed opposition candidates in 2011, just 6 of 87 seats went to other parties. Part of the reason for this was
I will decline the comment. That's it. Thank you, Pip. I'm sorry. I need to watch Mike Tyson punch Jake Paul in the face. I'll see you tomorrow. All right.
Was PAP's ability to spot emerging new talents and co-opt them, bringing the best and brightest into the fold. Another was the party's genuine, enduring popularity. But at least
okay, I can't hold back. Is it a bad thing if he made Singapore successful? I don't know, chat. You know that one clip?
Because democracy basically means government by the people, of the people.
This is Lee Kuan Yew right now.
For the people. But the people are retarded.
At least part of it was due to PAP's vice-like grip over society. Not just central government, but local...
That was him when fucking 48% of people were like, can we get somebody else in charge? And he was like, here you go, here's fucking 4 of 80 people or whatever the fuck to represent you.
Work brigades, residents' committees, and local associations, they all fell under his spell. To take part in civil society, you almost by default had to get involved with PAP. This meant a level of identification with the party that pretty much no one in the opposition could muster. And when they tried, it often meant trouble. Unlike a classic lock 'em up or shoot 'em authoritarian, Lee had a much more humane yet equally effective way of dealing with political opposition. Thanks to stringent libel laws, critics of the government could easily be hit with devastating lawsuits. Opposition stalwart JB Jeyaretnam was repeatedly bankrupted by politically motivated rulings. From Lee's...
Okay, that's just annoying. Alright, I can't agree with everything this guy does, man. Smokes, I think you're legit the best argument for monarchy right there.
The reason for all of this was clear. Loosen things up in society just a little and the demons of ethnic strife or communist agitation might come howling out again. As he confessed in an interview long after his retirement, I'm not saying that everything I did was right, but everything I did was for an honorable purpose.
Well, it worked out. Background noise, thank you. Sounds like it was just more honest than most leaders. Most places operate like this in secret. True. I think a major issue among many is authoritarians and dictatorships only last as long as a strong man does, then it all falls apart. Well, it's been, what, 10 years? And Singapore seems to be doing fine.
I had to do some nasty things, locking fellows up without trial. Still, sometimes this obsessive micromanaging of society spilled over into cartoonishness. Under Lee's tightly controlled rule, the specific types of trees that could be planted by roadsides were mandated, and the government even set up its own dating agencies to try and get high-quality graduates to reproduce. More seriously, an aggressive drive to stop families having more than 2 kids was so successful that it badly damaged the birth rate, leading to an ongoing demographic crisis. So, yeah, if you're used to Europe or America's focus on individual freedoms, life under Lee probably would have seemed stifling. A democratic hero he certainly was not. Yet Lee never really claimed to be a democrat.
It's only been 10 years. I mean, we'll see how things continue.
He was always clear-eyed about what he wanted to achieve via his soft authoritarianism. And the results...
Saika, thank you. Yeah, his policy is like eating vegetables. We dislike it, but we also know it's for our own good. And also Lee's BBC interview with Tim Sebastian. I'll look that up. Tim Sebastian interview. Binary Ghost, thank you. The thing most of Western political philosophical ideologies never really consider are there are people who are not true believers, don't care, not able, or are just parasites by nature.
speak for themselves. In Lee's time in power, Singapore's life expectancy increased by 10 years. Literacy levels skyrocketed. GDP per capita went from relatively low to among the highest on the planet. While the nation he constructed would be one many outsiders found oppressive, William Gibson famously dubbed it Disneyland with the death penalty, it was also one in which its citizens...
That kind of goes hard, though. Pizza Man, thank you. The thing is, even if you have a benign dictator, what happens when the guy is no longer around and the new leaders arrive? It can easily go terrible. Well... Dunno. Dunno.
Citizens were both extremely safe and often extremely comfortable. But perhaps Lee's cleverest move would have come at the end of his rule. Rather than simply staying in power until he died like most authoritarians, he did something that helped prepare this tightly controlled society for life without him.
So can any system? Yeah, I mean, like, technically with any system, right? People can take over power and... Like, eventually, no matter what the system is, no matter who's in charge, somebody can overthrow it, right? Somebody can utilize that system to make everything worse.
He willingly stepped down.
Whoa.
Lee Kuan Yew's time as Prime Minister ended on November 28, 1990, when he handed the reins over to Goh Chok Tong. Still, this wasn't the end of Lee's influence on Singapore. Like Deng Xiaoping in China, Lee may have vacated the throne, but he remained a significant power behind the scenes.
I would not want to be the guy that follows up Lee Kuan Yew. You just know. You just know that other guy's career is fucking miserable. Like, no matter what he does, he's going to be compared. He's going to be seen as the lesser. He's going to be shit on. Or anytime, even when he has, like, a right idea, people are going to be like, wow, is that what Lee Kuan Yew would have done? Quite looks like USSR without communism.
First as the cabinet senior minister,
yeah, tough act
and
to
then
follow.
in the specially created role of minister mentor. This way, he was able to keep a steadying hand on the tiller through all 14 years of Goh's premiership, right into the early years of his eldest son, Lee Hsien Loong's ongoing reign. It was May 2011 before Lee finally surrendered any role in politics following a historic election that saw PAP's vote drop to its lowest level ever. By then, though, it was abundantly clear that the nation he had forged would be capable of carrying on without him. Lee Kuan Yew died on March the 23rd.
Everyone scrutinized every move of Goh Chok Tong and compared him to LKY all of the time. Poor guy.
2015, at the age of 90.
Goh served a few terms before LKY's son took over.
As he breathed his last, it was at the center of an island nation that had utterly transformed in his 9 decades. A one-time tropical colony that was now both a gleaming metropolis and one of the most avowedly multicultural...
What the fuck are these? What are these, chat? What are these little sticks that have rings going up and down?
nations on Earth. Today it's hard to overstate the impact Lee had in his long life. As PAP's main visionary, he more or less created modern Singapore. The wealth, the safety, the limits on free speech, the luxurious lives of many inhabitants, they all could be rested at his feet.
It's a fair ride.
To be sure, the system he left behind isn't ideal. Inequality remains a problem, and government censorship has gotten even more hard-edged over the last decade or so. But when you look at the cards Lee was dealt after Singapore crashed out of Malaysia, and then look at the results, well, it's hard to argue that he didn't play his hand spectacularly. Sometimes people like to talk about the idea of a benign autocrat, the leader who may hoard power but really does have their people's best interests at heart. Normally this is just a comforting story dictators tell themselves, a handy fiction to cover their corruption and psychopathy. Yet Lee was the rare ruler who did fit this mold. Maybe his tactics were at times questionable, maybe he sometimes did some bad things. Without him, though, Singapore today would likely be a much poorer, much more divided place. He may not have been perfect, but Lee Kuan Yew was undoubtedly one very important thing.
Wow. Jesus Christ. Jesus Christ. That was insane. That's insane. You gonna let him finish that sentence?
A visionary.
There we go. Visionary. Jesus Christ. What place to pause? Why there goes you? If you've never pressed the disaster button in SimCity, you deserve to be in power. You cut the poor man off. I thought he was done. Singapore military VTuber. Oh yeah. Oh shoot. And what was the interview one as well? I already forgot the guy's name that he was interviewing with. Lee Kuan Yew and who? We can Singapore military VTuber. We can look this up as well. How do we find the military VTuber? Tim Sebastian. Lee Kuan Yew, Tim Sebastian. Okay, let's check this out.
And the people can handle the freedom of democracy.
When did I say that?
Some years ago.
No. Be very careful when you quote me, because I'm very careful how I phrase myself, because it's part of my legal training.
But so you don't agree with that?
No. No. Just a moment. You give me my quote and the context in which it was placed. Don't just pluck out a few words and toss it at me unexpectedly in an interview and expect me to crumble.
No, I'm not.
He's so based. He's so based, dude. Holy shit.
I'm expecting you to answer it.
Well, why should I answer something which I may never have uttered? The number of things I've said, even if I were a data bank, I wouldn't be able to retrieve it.
All the criticism.
Man said, cite your fucking sources. And the guy's like, you know, it's just a question. It's just a question, bro.
That Singapore has had. What effect does that have on you?
He fucking skipped it. Do you see that? Do you see how he moved on to the next question, chat? He called him out. He was like, where did I say that? And the guy's like, well, regarding all the criticism of Singapore, how do you feel about that instead?
It's part of life. I read it. Sometimes I take note of it. I improve. Look at Singapore.
Holy based.
Would anybody be interested in Singapore if it were a failure?
What about PAP? What about the opposition party? They're not particularly happy with it. Singapore, they call it.
Singapore. Good one.
They get a chance every 4 to 5 years. They get a chance every meeting of parliament. The cameras are there.
Okay, well, we know that's not true. But I goes, thank you. Now those libel laws make sense.
Who's the ball? If there was such a marvelous proposition, I would have been tossed out years ago. It's one of the few countries where people have the right to toss a government out. And
It's not exactly making it easy, but I don't blame him. I don't blame him. I feel like this is kind of a... If everything that we've heard in the other video is true, going off of that, then Natalamanegu, the goat.
they have not done so. I think, despite all that...
Like, obviously, he shouldn't make it easy for his opposition to overthrow him or anything, but it's one of those he's technically not wrong situations. And, you know, technically, the other party... There's stuff that they can do.
Nobody has said that we've been stuffing the ballot papers in. Not even our meanest enemies.
They have criticized the human rights record. The number of executions, for instance, haven't they?
They may believe that if you're kind to drug traffickers, you get a better...
Oh, okay, that wasn't the politicians. I was like, what the hell? We didn't hear about this. Okay, he did not execute political opposition. Yeah, he executed drug traffickers, maybe?
Society. In America, They are changing their minds and they're sending people back to death row. In Singapore, before you land, their hostess or the steward will announce that there are very heavy penalties if you are found with more than a stated number of grams of certain prohibited drugs. And if you still come in with a few kilos of them, which will destroy hundreds, thousands of families, one death is too kind, because
holy base,
you're killing that family
holy base
every day for years and years and years, that a daughter or a son is an addict.
But the per capita rate of executions in Singapore is much higher than in the United States.
Yeah, because they're killing the drug traffickers. What do you mean? What do you mean?
Have you worked it out?
According to Amnesty International.
Have they worked it out accurately? Per capita of what? Per capita of drug traffickers or per capita of population of Singapore? I am executing foreign drug traffickers. Let me tell you, the people who have been executed.
Holy shit, this guy.
Because Nigerians are the most unlikely of drug traffickers in this Asian society. Dutch women traveling with African men. Dutchmen traveling with Chinese women.
Wait, the Dutch are drug trafficking?
How do you calculate per capita? Per capita of Dutchmen entering Singapore, or per capita of Singaporeans as against Dutchmen? What's Amnesty talking about? Do they know what's happening? Do they ask themselves, what would happen if we send them all to prison for 5, 10 years, and we'll have to make more prisons because there'll be such an endless stream of them. And this is, despite the death penalty, the rewards are so enormous that people are willing to risk it.
That's a good point. That's a good point. What are you gonna do? Just keep building more prisons, man? There's not that much fucking room in Singapore. Like even in an ideal world with unlimited financial resources, right? Like, what's it gonna do? Keep fucking building prisons?
Would you say that over the 31 years as you were Prime Minister that you were a ruthless man?
Do I look?
I think this man has seen what actual ruthlessness looks like. I think this is the wrong person to ask that question to. Man's like, I'm gonna fucking back my country, man. I've witnessed real horrors, and this fucking reporter's like, don't you think you're actually like kind of the ultimate evil?
Here I am being pilloried, excoriated,
by who?
Abused by you.
Merely asked questions, I thought.
So, but every one of them is barbed and loaded, darts with it.
Fucking call him out, dude. Holy shit. Holy shit. He's just fucking calling him out, man. He's fucking calling him out. He's like, yeah, I'm not fucking stupid. I'm not gonna fucking like try and like save face with you. I'm gonna fucking call you out. Do what you mean. You obviously are trying to fucking get at me. They're loaded questions.
With arsenic in it.
I'd like to think that you were given a chance to answer any question that was put to you, no?
Oh, that's what I'm offering myself for, isn't it? But if I were a ruthless man...
No, slimy. This dude is fucking slimy. Not Lee Kuan Yew, but the fucking reporter. The fucking reporter is like... He's like, well, don't I have the right to ask questions? And it's like, yeah, you can fucking ask questions. He's being overly offended and defensive. Lee Kuan Yew, I strongly disagree. Look at the questions that the journalist is asking him. He's not asking, so, like what's a way to say this? Like, oh, so could you explain your policy on drug trafficking? Right? He's not like that. He's like, or like how do you view like the ethics of executing for drug trafficking or whatever the fuck, you know, like a non-biased question. Instead he's like, well, isn't it kind of ruthless to fucking kill drug traffickers? I mean, in America we don't do that. It's like what the fuck? These are not respectful questions. Let's be real, chat. Let's be fucking real. These are not respectful questions. Paradoxical Madness, thank you. British Journal, how much worse could it get?
I would get you into a corner and say, now, let me ask you some questions. Why do you start with the assumption that your interviewee is always dumb?
Holy paste. Holy paste.
And that you are smarter than him?
Holy base. He knows exactly what he's doing with those questions. He does. The journalist knows what he's doing. And if you don't see what the journalist is doing, I would recommend checking out this video yourself and really look at what the journalist is saying. These are not they're not respectful questions. Fucking Lee Kuan Yew, he knows. He's calling him out. And if you want to be like, oh, but the reporter has like the right to ask him that in whatever fucking way, like, are you gonna tone police him? Well, no, but fucking Lee Kuan Yew doesn't have to fucking sit there and put up with it, you know? You don't have to fucking sit back and let somebody shit on you. You can fight back too, and he does.
Do you assume that Asians are somehow unable to understand Western ways of life, and that they would be so much better if they would become more like the West?
He's calling him out. He's fucking calling him out, man, with the fucking America comparisons.
Do you think that's the attitude of people, Westerners, that you talk to?
It's the attitude of you.
Yes, but not all Westerners, because I've got many Western friends who know me very well, and we cease to look at each other as Easterners or Westerners. But when I meet an interviewer in a formal setting such as this,
the fucking audacity too of like asking a question like that. You think all Westerners think like that? Bro, fucking grew up in a British colony. I think he's fucking accustomed to Westerners. I'm gonna assume that he doesn't. I'm gonna assume that the man who's building a fucking melting pot micronation and balancing all of these different factors, I'm gonna assume he's not like, you know what? All Westerners do suck. They view us all as inferior. Binary Ghost, thank you. Pippa, isn't everything you're doing just totally evil? Aren't you a villain? I'm just asking questions. Psycho, thank you. I'll love the comment section of this video.
that's the assumption.
Lee Kuan Yew, what does the future hold for you? What ambitions do you have?
At 74, one doesn't talk, I don't talk anymore of ambitions. I've either done what I could have done, or I'm hardly likely to do it now.
Oh.
What I have done, I'm not ashamed of.
Hell yeah.
What do I expect to do with myself?
I have ex-friends is a defensive stance. So?
For the rest of time, have pleasant
Yeah, Mr. Yu, you're a bit of a racist, wouldn't you say? That's literally what he fucking did. That's literally what he did. Oh man, what a cool dude. What a cool dude. Holy shit. Man. This guy's looking to become the story instead of getting the story. The comments are bad here. If I were a ruthless man, he then proceeds to be ruthless. Such a sharp man, the interviewer looks like a total fool. He does. The interviewer absolutely got clowned on, man. Be careful when you quote. Tim Sebastian got caught red-handed. He did. He did. You see how he didn't have any fucking response for that? See how he just moved on? Man. Tim met his maker. Jesus Christ. When caught out, he reacts at 446. Love his tone and sneer in his face. It gave him away. Show the person that's actually within.
I'd like to think that you were given a chance to answer any question that was put to you, no?
Nuclear Helper, thank you. All too often, the West goes around trying to school other countries, pretending they aren't in a way worse spot. Arclight, thank you. We need more reacts to base political figures. He didn't use the "I have friends" as a defense. He offered it as an explanation for why he knows not all Westerners look down on him. Yeah, that's a good way. That's a good explanation. Oh man, he got a little mad there. The journalist did. The journalist did, dude. He's fucking seething. He's seething, man. He thought he'd fucking get one over, and he was gonna brag to his buddies in the office, and he was gonna publish this hit piece. And he probably published the hit piece anyways, and the fucking people who are already fans were probably like, oh, well, you know. Can't believe that Singaporean guy was so rude. Cause that's just how it is. This all was real, yeah. Oh man. Okay, what are the military VTubers? Singaporean military VTuber? Lee Kuan Yew manhandled Tim Tim? He did, dude. He did. Oh.
Yep, so today I'm gonna talk about VTubers and virtual avatars. The other day I was scrolling through TikTok, right, and I saw this.
Calling all Singaporeans and students with a strong...
What the hell is that? What the fuck? Wait, first vid? This one? That's what I clicked on.
Passion in science
Amy VGM.
I'm Mindy.
What is this? What is this? Who is this made for?
What
Why is
is
it
that?
posted by DSTA? How come she look like she from 2003?
Is Amy's BGM original? I think it's from Dova Syndrome. What is DSTA?
Like plastic. Let's see what people think. Bro thinks all young people relate. I want to drop KMS.
Smuggler, thank you. Current state of LA proves Lee Kuan Yew right about smugglers.
Face looks more plastic than Michael Jackson. This looks like something from 20 years ago. You're out of touch with young people for sure. Look like a Roblox character. Wow, nice. AI Chobu.
Oh man. Wait. Mindy's kind of fucked up looking, I'm not gonna lie.
Must be shitting me, dude.
Oh my god.
Why?
The Mindy
I'm not
what
against
the fuck?
VTubers and virtual idols. I myself am a VTuber.
I appreciate the effort. PS3 graphics, yeah. I appreciate the effort. This is further than I think most out of touch politicians would go.
But who would expect this to come from MINDEF of all organizations? How did it even get green
What is
lit?
MINDEF?
Let me guess. Is it like that? Permission to enter, sir.
Come in.
Sir, you looking for me?
Hey, you. I need some fresh ideas for this year NDP.
Okay, I have the
Why has he got
perfect
little
idea just for you,
crabs?
What's your idea?
What are these little crabs? What does this mean?
VTuber, we can create a virtual waifu, right? Then have her sing and dance in front of all the commander and the minister. I'm sure they'll love it.
Hey, what talking you? VTuber see me.
But Miku tell me it's a good idea.
Who the hell is Miku?
Miku is my wife.
Hey,
Hell yeah.
you understand? Get off
When
my
I goes
office now.
again, but he's my
Precisely
Noshi.
my point.
Ministry of
Maybe
Defense.
something in the video. Maybe you can get some clues if you watch again. Nah, you see here? Do you miss it?
What the hell?
Okay, you see I play slowly. There we go.
What the?
Metaverse. This is why it got green lit in the first place.
Oh no, man.
Sir, do the VTuber. Metaverse.
Oh no, man. It's a fucking metaverse project? Oh, hell no. Hell no. No.
Oh my god, Metaverse!
It's a rank using our Singapore insignia. It looks like a crab. Oh.
Boss, we need to make virtual idol. Metaverse!
Green light now.
No!
Failed to live up to its expectations, and even individuals who are deeply
Oh,
involved in the
man.
project are disappointed with the project.
Shit metaverse presentation.
True.
Virtual sexual
No wonder the model looks so bad. I was wondering why they went through the effort of getting one in 3D and everything, but It's because it's fucking metaverse shit.
Harassment on their platform recently came up.
Excited about
Billions upon
Oh,
billions,
man.
I mean dozens of billions
Smoking these meats
invested in this endeavor that basically currently has nothing to show for it.
Jesus Christ, we all know how the story goes, yeah.
Collapsing all around.
Will the metaverse still see a big
And Mindy's so ugly and polished.
increasingly ineffective business model, and of course, a failing metaverse project.
Can we see like Mindef, Mindy? Are there Singapore? Are there any videos of her like doing anything? Oh, here we go. Binary Ghost, thank you. Metaverse. I've stopped simping for Mindy now. Yeah. She's so active. There she is, man. I want to see just Mindy. I don't want to watch all of your military propaganda. I just want to see Mindy. I just want to see the one military propaganda. Artemi, thank you. Knowing military contracts, they definitely overpaid. Oh man. I don't think we're gonna find any. I don't think we're gonna find any videos of her. Mindy or Oshi. Concerts? Only on TikTok, I guess? I don't want to go on TikTok. Whoa!
Our SEF-inspired uniforms. Bailey.
Oh my god. Oh my god. These really don't look great.
Army. Tiger splashing with the Navy. Hazel soaring with the Air Force.
Oh my
and of course, myself repping the Digital and Intelligence Service. Stay tuned for a performance that blends tradition with technology and get ready for an unforgettable show.
You shouldn't have made these. You shouldn't have made these. Oh yeah, they're multiplying. I don't think it's a bad idea, but oh man. Ryu Tyra, thank you about the Soda Girls. I worked on it as an intern. You worked on these? Not these guys, but on these? No, I don't think you're not Singapore related, but there's a famous meme in the Malaysia Parliament saying "fuck you" at another. It's "can you speak English? Recommend with subtitles to understand." And I go, thank you. Maybe you have to join the military to watch Mindy streams. Government issued Oshi comes with a standard issue Daki. This is insane. This is insane. I don't know how I feel about this. I don't know how I feel about this, chat. Can you speak English FU? Is it this?
Utama seperti mana yang kita semua tahu.
Minta penjelasan.
Adalah.
Terima kasih Rembau. Rembau sedarkah bahawa saya ke pasar burung selayang dan melihat harga barang. Harga barang waktu GST rendah sedikit.
Kasino kah yang kena batangan?
Apa ini? Biadab, ini kurang ajar. Ini tarik balik, ini biadab yang bertuah. Memang kurang ajar.
This is not helping. This is not helping.
Something. What you want? You nak gaduh dengan saya? Ini time.
Tanya saja kena batangan, jangan marah. Duduk.
Whoa.
Fuck you.
Whoa. This is Malaysian.
Kau salah orang. You.
Gaduh timbalan di batu. Ya.
What the hell?
Kena tarik balik perkataan. Lalu yang di batu. Kena patangan. Kau mabuk.
I think I'm ready to go. Soda Dance of the Nation. Soda Dance of the Nation 2023. Okay, that was kind of funny. All right. Oh no. I'm gonna be honest, could have made something better in V-Roid. This is not ideal. Also, 720p is the maximum. This is less than ideal, chat. Does anyone have a link to their dockies? Are you guys coming back? Who's the blonde girl asking for a friend? Well, you know, if they like them, if people of Singapore like them. Are there any good recommendations from chat? maybe like some favorite Singaporean VTubers. Do they actually have dockies? I hope not. The train lives in him, asking for the friend. I am the friend. Oh my god. Yui Kai? Oh, Mama Akko, thank you for the raid. Hello, raiders. We're learning about Singapore. Kind of. Is this person Singaporean? Saika, thank you. On behalf of our nation, I apologize for VTuber of this quality. From MINDEF, boys to men is better. Yeah, hold on, raiders. Let me show you what we just witnessed. Here's a different one. Thank you. Take this before I head off to work, Diva. Thank you. Oh my god, they're even worse up close. As a guy who worked on Soda, there were no dockies made. What were you in charge of with this? Oh my god. Her voice is cute. Oh, this MV? This is... I worked on this one. Thank you for your service. Nevin, thank you. HIPAA government created art is always trash. It's a universal requirement of human governance. True. Yeah, explain yourself, guy from chat. What did you do? Mainly animating. Well, the animation does look good. I thought it was mocap. Why is there such heavy motion blur? Oh my god, their faces are so bad. Their heads are too big, their necks are too small, their eyes are too big, the shading is bad, the faces are in a completely different style from the rest of the body. Everything is terrible. Oh god. Oh god. Not good. Can I fast forward stream? Oh god. Did she say she's Singaporean? It seems like she's an English VTuber. Huh? Do we have any like clearly Singaporean? Or she is? I'm kind of scared because I don't know if it's like doc stuff. William, thank you. There's a pretty popular Twitch VTuber from Singapore by the name of Stal. Like, is she open about the fact that she's from there? Stal VTuber? Stal out of context.
Where's your cute face? I'll show you, hold on.
To check VTuber wiki? She's cute.
This is my cute face.
List of VTubers by Asian country at VTuber.asia. Whoa. We've got quite a big community. Our Singaporean VTuber Discord has almost 450 VTubers. Oh.
I can help you with that.
Nice video, by the way, meme.
Alright. it again.
The other one, the one with the one with the little animations.
Falling for this.
Shout out to Meme Gomika. Gomiko.
Let's go. I'm so good at this. Cat.
She's cute.
Cat. Oh my gosh, she's falling for.
She's cute. Whoa.
No, don't see. No.
VTuber.asia? Hold on. I wonder if there are any that that do like content like oriented toward like Singapore specifically. 100 VTuber Singapore. Wait, thank you. From now we should judge every country by the quality of their VTuber and the skill of their genres. True and real. What? It says 100, but this only shows 2. Cute! What is this? You! Cute! Oh, click the center. Wow, so talented. So talented. Akbar, thank you. I only know Malaysian VTuber, Matorio. Ah, so talented. I stream games on Twitch too. Okay, so she doesn't stream here on YouTube. It looks like because there's no tab for live streams. Huh. Cute though. V-Iris.
Are you ready?
Doesn't Mexico have a well-known Manhera VTuber? We're not gonna make it. Mexico has the largest Twitch VTuber. The largest VTuber on Twitch ever. I won't get into all of her stuff, but she Wait, what? Yeah. Jake Paul won? Chat, I told you he was gonna win. It was obvious. It's obvious. Iron Mouse? No, not Iron Mouse. Iron Mouse is not from Mexico, dude. There's a absolutely massive. There's absolute. I'm fucking into it, dude. It's like a lot of lore. It's like a lot of lore, man. If you don't know, Iron Mouse is not Mexican. Yeah, why the fuck is chat talking about Iron Mouse? Oh man. Scripted AF? Absolutely. Yeah, Jake Paul. There was no way Jake Paul wasn't gonna win. Really, they got back from Tyson's fight and I'm sad. I told you. But yeah, there's the yeah. Well, Yuikai is on this list. Don't make it, thank you, because Mouse set a Twitch record recently. Okay, well, I'm not talking about Iron Mouse. The fight was rigged from the start. I told you guys, chat. There was no way Jake Paul was going to do a fight with Mike Tyson without it being rigged in his favor. It was a publicity stunt. Jake Paul undoubtedly paid Mike Tyson an absolutely exorbitant amount of money so he could get the W. I can't believe Iron Mouse beat Tyson. Yeah, Iron Mouse beat up Mike Tyson. Ah, there's so much like information. Space Bunny, Nephilim V Singer, Water Enjoyer, Wholesome Vampire Princess, Squirrel Nurse, Oh, and their company. Aurora Live? Virus? SGVT? I don't know this. Heaven Sphere? Team Comfy? Excellent Alpha, thank you. Wow. Whoa, what is SGVT? I guess it's gotta be Singaporean VTuber group. I wonder if there's a list like this for your country? There might be. There might be. Oh, Lottie-Chu. I know Lottie-Chu. Lottie-Chu is, Chat, fun fact, Lottie-Chu is the first person that I ever watched play Mahjong. She streams on Twitch, or that's where I watched her anyways. And I thought her model was really cute. And this was back in like 2020, I think. She's been at this like a long time. She's really cute. That's not like you. Logan scam people to pay Mike Tyson. True. They're like ancient lore. Jong Patient Zero, yeah. When I say I watch a lot of VTubers, chat, I'm not kidding. Yeah. I wonder if she's still active. Oh. Lottie-Chu is cute. She is.
Everyone.
I remember back then I stopped watching her because I didn't understand Mahjong. I was like, I don't know what this is. She's cute. And so I left her stream on for quite a while, and I'd pop back in occasionally, but I don't... At the time, I had no idea what Mahjong even was. I was looking at this and I was like, what the fuck is this? Like a spreadsheet simulator or something? I don't get it.
Everyone's hand is developing.
My hand is in Tenpai.
Now you are drunk to her. Now I know how to play Mahjong, unfortunately. Cute. Yeah, this is from 3 years ago. Yeah. Jesus, man. Jesus, man. Oh. Sudden memory lane. Sudden memory lane. Wow. I repeat you in Mahjong. Leave me alone. Only 135 days until Eve stream, the real spreadsheet sim. Oh god. Check out Elfie Mago. Elfie Mago. Project Orbit. Oh, she's streaming in 3 days. Now Pippa feels older. I do. Still can't play Mahjong. Shut the hell up, dude. She has a very pretty voice. As Elfie embarks on her journey as a VTuber, she finally recognizes herself as Anastasia, the princess daughter of the Selfie Kingdom. Ah, very Chidibio. Background noise, thank you. It wasn't until later Pippa caught the Jong virus, true. That was my first exposure to it, but... Oh. Cute. Let's see what our most popular thing is. Covering V. I want like a stream clip. Elfie is vegan now. Uh-oh.
Wakey, 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 wakey. It's time for school.
I'm still not used to Pippa's scuff mic. Leave me alone.
Okay, I think... I don't know. I think I didn't reach it.
Oh, very fancy stream layout. Is this Honkai Star Rail?
It's over 5 minutes already. Not there. I guess it's time the spin wheel. Don't worry,
screw you. Yeah, but you got me in the Mahjong.
Are you sure about that?
What did I get? It's vegetable! Nani!
Mike static ASMR, leave me alone.
I think I think what that Zero said on tweet was right. I hope you guys can wait for me first because I'm going to get the real cabbage.
The real
I'm going
cabbage.
to get it quick.
She's gonna eat real cabbage, chat.
Okay, I'm back. The vegetable. Am I gonna eat this?
I thought the settings were messed up.
Cabbage? Is it cabbage?
That's cauliflower.
Eat it.
Chad, I don't think she liked it.
I feel like a vegan.
Jeez, I'm vegan. Cute. Jake Paul won, boring ass fight, but whatever. Dude, I told you Jake Paul was gonna win. I told you he was gonna win, dude. You mean she loved it? Yeah, she loved it. She loved it. Alright, I'm going to end off here for tonight. This has been a fun adventure into Singapore. What did we learn? What did we learn? We learned there's 4 main languages of Singapore. It's a melting pot. You want the super chat list? Yes, please, for the week. Yes, please. Thank you. We learned that the Mer lion's a Mer tiger. And there are no tigers, or there are no lions in Singapore. Thanks for covering my country, Pippa. No problem. Lee Kuan Yew is based. Yeah, we learned that. Learned a bit about history. They had a very cool dictator. They had such a cool dictator, dude. Wow. Too expensive, go to Malaysia instead. Next stream, Malaysia. Singapore is a place on earth, yeah. Very small apartments. Yeah, we learned about very, very small apartments. Very, very small apartments that I guess are actually more affordable than they should be because they're controlled by the government. Which is interesting. Alright. Super chat list. And let's put on the... Do we still have the... Shit, do we not have the video anymore of the... Oh god, more...
That really surprises.
Okay, here's rural Singapore. A look at the fish farms and the tiny countryside. This one was from first Overwatch stream. Alright, thank you. Wow, it's so quiet. It's so quiet. Hold on. Ah! For some reason, I completely forgot that Singapore even had a countryside. After everything that we saw. Arjun is thinking, dictators are cool, Pipkin Pippa 2024. True. Ashkadione, thank you. Love the Zenyatta guy. He'll get lots of lore for sure. Hero, thank you. It's Pipkin Pippa. Malcolm Lang, thank you. Dev team change equals everyone tries to plant their flag on stuff they never made by changing the names of things. This exists in movies as well. There goes, thank you. To be fair to the Blizzard weirdo, it's kind of weird to milk yourself at work, isn't it? And Gentarine, thank you. May needs a big chilling taunt. MCL, thank you for the 10 PPs. Thank you. Bugabara, thank you. So that Overwatch 2 was such a big failure that Blizzard went right back to Overwatch 1. I wish I could say I was surprised. EY, thank you. Thanks for the streams. Thank you for watching them. Wolf, thank you. Let the fun toxicity flow. Michael Littlefield, thank you. Hey, Pippa, it's my birthday. Can you do the thing? Happy belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday to you. Happy belated birthday, Michael Littlefield. Happy belated birthday to you. Chronos, thank you. Thanks for all the streams these last 9 months. No problem. ACM, thank you. Sup, Pips? Missed most of the stream to watch Paul versus Tyson. Mistake on my end. I don't know why I expected something other than a scripted fight. Oh, it's freezing. Ah! Okay. Drago, thank you. Wow, hell of a comeback, Pippa. The Piss Panda, thank you. Can't wait for the Pipkin Pippa Gamer Experience 5. Bugabara, thank you. Remember when the game was good as the porn? Bugabara, thank you. This is a level of smack talk I miss seeing. Kinikoda, thank you. Smiley face. Potato Reader, thank you. That's okay, Pippa. I want to learn sign language anyway. LSD, thank you. You don't like Windows point and click adventure, Pippa? I don't think you like Widow's point and click adventure. Oh no, it's freezing so much. It's freezing so much. Hold on. Let me close tabs to the right. Maybe too many tabs open. Wait, thank you. Pippa, weren't you going to throw? Pickle cucumber, thank you. Pippa screaming in 2040p is peak though. The Fox, thank you. Just got rejected by a 3D woman. Time to go tell everyone that Hatsune Miku is my wife. Let's fucking go! United Tribute, thank you. Come on, Pippa, show them what old school Xbox Live was really like. Also, rip to you, the Fox. My goodness, Golden Gear, thank you. Thanks for the stream, Pippa. No problem. Thank you for watching. The Fox, thank you. Lol, bad name. Rice Guy, thank you. Between this and Mabinogi, gaming must feel so bad for you. It kind of does. It kind of does feel bad. I'm kind of, and I'm like watching anime again. I just watched Dan the Dan. I'm not caught up, but I started watching it and it's okay. English Jam, thank you. Open your mic and trash talk. It calls to you, Pip. Ashka, Johnny, thank you. The dopamine high had to end eventually. Reducto Madness, thank you. Can you change the next slide in the presentation, please? Postal Night, thank you. I'm already Tracer. Smoke Suck, thank you. Let us remind them what true toxicity is. Pippa, disable the filter. Disney's nuts, thank you. They want the toxic. Give them 2010 COD lobbies. Lunar Night, thank you. Damn, Pippa, I almost want to subject myself to the horror that is Overwatch again. Zachary Roller, thank you. I've been thinking of the song all night. Magosas, thank you. Hi, Pips. Can I get a happy birthday from Mayoshi? It was on your days off. Happy belated birthday, Magoses! Happy belated birthday, Magoses! Happy belated birthday, Magoses! Happy belated birthday to you! Magoses, thank you. Hi, Pips. Oh, I read that. Arclight, thank you for the 5 KPPs. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Okay, it's so good, though. It's okay. Tumbaka, thank you. Fly Blue Demon, thank you. Dynamic Doodle, thank you. You'll never be an idol because you're a mega idol. King Warsick, thank you. My monthly shilling, go take college courses, donation, go take classes, doesn't matter what. Take them online, take what interests you. Can't go bad. There's a lot of money. Just say something, you. Pippa, I'm not being biased when I say this. You're my Kamiyoshi, but you have a lovely singing voice. Oh, well, thank you. Well, Ben, thank you. You'll improve on your talents. Malcolm Lang, thank you. Should I just get to that bridge? Should just get to that bridge in PUBG and smile. Or me, thank you. Speaking of politics, do you like spaghetti or meat? What? Not with thank you, Pippa and FaZe. Pippa heart, Pippa heart, Pippa heart. Pixel Rush, thank you. Just because you're in a creative slump now doesn't mean your past ideas weren't great. I've enjoyed your various arcs over the years. We all have blocks. Thank you, thank you. Look at thank you. Sorry about your rut, Pippa. I wish I could help. Over, thank you. Work towards a common goal. Working towards a common goal can be a beautiful thing. Paul Ben, thank you. Pippa, stop being such a Shinji. Zachary Roller, thank you. That's what I do. Westy West, thank you. I went to a therapist. They had me take an IQ test. Versus Kitsu, thank you. I definitely had one of those weekends. It was bad. Then I got stress sick and missed 2 days of work. Yay, everything. Pippa Pop Tart. Legends of Resin, thank you. Pippa, you got me into VTubers being the previous edgy you, but you kept me here by evolving and watching the other PC talents. I learn not, we see you. Thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Binary Ghost, thank you. I can't wait for us to find out that all that baby oil Diddy had was for a massive slip and slide and nothing nefarious other than summertime fun. Yeah. Alright, Gymnast, thank you. The Pippa male wins again. Bish. That's it, thank you. Did you wash your hands, young lady? I did. Young Garrison, thank you. Blue will continue. Magosas, thank you. Regret is the death of the self. Tai, thank you. The only problem with OG Overwatch being back is that it's connected to Overwatch 2. If they just remove the item shop, the crappy 5v5, it'd be great. Oh, Marco Hopper, thank you. I love how Pippa went from I got a self-censored now to some dictators are cool. I'm riding that dopamine high of Overwatch. I'm feeling emboldened. Realistically, should I have done a stream talking about a country at all? No. That's why I didn't run it by management. Realistically, should I have watched interviews from a political leader? No. Should I have said such nice things about a political leader? Probably not. Overwatch will be the death of me. Look up the Yu-Gi-Oh! The Jake Paul and Mike Tyson fight is happening right now. That's all I want to say. Okay, bye. FYI, it's streaming on YouTube and Netflix. It's rigged. I said thank you. Preposterous. Anton, thank you. Love the energy tonight. Bugabara, thank you. Have you ever done any song covers? I have. They're on my YouTube channel, like, playlist thing. If you go to my YouTube homepage. Who cares? You had fun. It was fun. I really like looking into other countries. As much as I'm America #1, I think countries are very fascinating things. I think it's to see so many different people from so many different walks of life establishing such different systems for their societies. It's interesting, you know? It's interesting seeing the overlap and seeing how things are different. It's like, Grillian Bucks, thank you. I love Overwatch, Pippa. It's interesting. It is interesting. Is that high pitch reading coming from the video? Yes, it is. It's like my ears are being stabbed. I can mute it. Notification, thank you. Stardust Crusaders is my favorite arc. Nuclear Helper, thank you. I got Nier Automata because haha, robot butts, and was surprised by Yoko Taro's wild ride. Attractive characters is just common sense. It really is. Oh, thank you. It's so sad McCree died of Ligma. Ashkai Judy, thank you. Christmas NTR, I saw Mommy kissing Santa Claus. Super and Bob, thank you. The characters being gay made them gay. Pronon Citron, thank you. Go ahead and stream Overwatch it if you enjoy it. I saw somebody's theory that all characters should be bisexual, and I agree with that. Here's my greedy capitalist take. I think all characters in any media should be bisexual, so that way viewers are of any type A or type B body shape are free to lust after them. I'm funny. All right, second Overwatch stream super chat list incoming. Where did my check go? Or even type C. I've never seen a type C body type in a game. L? You guys are crazy. You guys are crazy. L plus gay. What do you mean? Doesn't it just make sense? Doesn't it just make sense? Singapore walking tour. Doesn't it just make sense? You want to appeal to as much of a market as possible. Oh, pretty. You want to appeal to a largest market as possible. So make them bisexual, and then anybody can self-insert with them. No problem. And you can, like, the shippers can pair them with whoever. Type C like the USB? Yeah, that's me. I'm a USB. But then you alienate normal people. What the hell, man? That's not how niches work. Just don't bring it up. True. CPPC Tech, thank you. W, thank you. Daniel Sarah, thank you. We're glad you did your content like you always do. I know you need to hold back, but these streams are always the best, even if they happen to regularly. Thank you, thank you. Fujo L take. What do you mean Fujo L take? What do you mean? The idea is not so you can ship the characters with other people. I mean, like, that is like a bonus of it, is you can appeal to those markets. But also, you can ship any character with yourself. And not get harassed by Zoomers on Twitter. Xenamos, thank you. You take headache meds. Bad Banner, thank you for the gift sub. Aku Krez, thank you, Pippa. I held a wasp today. He snuck in my bedroom. Cozy Otaku, thank you. Jetpacks, real fighters, rocket jump. Talking Bolt Press, thank you. My goal is to write and publish a book. It won't seem impossible. I now have a dozen. Just double down and double down again and again. Shipping yourself with characters doesn't matter for actual canon. But people still attack you and will dox you and shit over it. People are crazy. Ban Zoomers from Twitter. That is a better idea. I think what should happen is they should institute the mandatory minimum age laws for the internet. That's what I think. Jason Carter, thank you. You're like a light novel protagonist. I want to be the world's most ruthless businesswoman, but I'm too shy. Leonardo Rivas, thank you. I lived 30 years without a goal. Then the biggest goal I've ever known from anyone fell into my lap. Maybe grow while you wait for your new goal. No? Good idea. Good idea. FYCY, thank you. I named my dog Meaty. Meaty. Hey, you, thank you. Prushka soup, yum yum. Prushka spilling out. Mr. Girl, thank you. Started reading part 7 yet or waiting for the anime? I'm just gonna wait for the anime, dude. Hey, bad beer, thank you. My friend showed Goblin Slayer to his girlfriend as her first anime. I mean, depending on what she enjoys, it's not a bad... That's not a bad idea. You know, if she likes maybe like Game of Thrones, that's probably similar to Goblin Slayer. Sven, thank you. Go OG D&D anime with a record of Lotus War. Nikolai, thank you. I'm waiting for the city anime next year. It's the new next series from the Nichijou creator. I don't think you're the 666. I heard there's an anime that came out based on Generation 3 of Phase Connect. Have you seen it? Welcome, Land. Thank you. I think reviewing and reacting would take you past 500 easily. It's the current YouTube meta if you want to grind numbers. I think there's a lot of ways to really easily boost your sub numbers. Chat, don't watch my YouTube shorts. I recently recorded a bunch of react shorts and sent them off to them. Sakura's like, Sakura in that one stream popped in and said, what the fuck, do it then, to getting 1 million subs. You can, man. You just do fucking react shorts. Camcorder, thank you. That's the unfortunate reality of YouTube right now, is you can game the system super easily by just doing react shorts. So don't watch my react shorts, please. Or any of my shorts. They're not worth it. Keep watching streams. C-Deck, thank you. I'm enjoying the new season of ReZero. Subaru values his life more and treats Biko as his daughter. Biko? Biko? Max, thank you. Manga, manhwa, or webtoons? I used to really like the webtoons app, and then I stopped using it. Probably manhwa. Or whichever one's the Korean one. I think I like Korean comics the most. Not only are they A in color, which I'm a sucker for. I love the beautiful visuals of Korean comics. Korean comics have such fucking insane art sometimes. You know, like I understand a lot of the comics, you know, they get padded out with like 3D assets and stuff, but it's like it's all in color, and the release time is crazy. Like, I don't blame them for the fucking 3D asset stuff, you know? Especially when they really want to like convey something. Like the art pops off so hard. They're so often so shallow. I strongly disagree. I think Korean comics are fucking incredible, man. I think story-wise, manga is still superior. I think you're insane. I think you're insane. I think Korean comics clear on all fronts. They have incredible release time, incredible consistency. The art absolutely pops off. The stories are great. I don't remember what the first thing I said was, but as an artist, the 3D assets are fine. They're doing full color, and who cares about a random car or tree being an asset? So true. Man. Korean comics are so good. Oh, so good. Got any Rex? Depends on what you're into. I think lookism is like a pretty strong starter. Max, thank you. Alright, I read that. Wanda, thank you. Have you seen Wanamode? It's hard watch, to be frank. I read the manga. Never tried the anime. Jason Cardo, thank you. Quantity over quality. No, I think Korean comics are quality. I think they're quantity and quality. Lookism is good, not gonna lie. It's mid. You're crazy. You're crazy. Jason Cardo, thank you. Join the dark side and come over to Isekai Trash. Power Hunger, thank you. Pippa is a Thundue. Maldos, do you think you? I like Komi, but even I can admit that the author has some serious ADHD. Dude keeps adding filler every other week with a random new character. She's becoming the weeb queen again. Oh, I'm trying to think of what other Korean comics are good. Just standard recommendations. Lookism is mid. True, you're crazy. You're crazy. You're crazy, man. Oh, that's the thank you. Didn't all three of those tsunderes have the same VA? Probably. FYCY, thank you. Overlord world is pretty fucked. MC kills a child hostage and blames the father for not protecting the boy. Monsieur, thank you. Ever watch Kino no Tami? I don't think so. Risotto Narrow, thank you. Also, Land of the Lustrous is certified peak. I don't like that shit. If you ever want to experience somebody falling into despair, my old book club streams, where for book club we did the entirety of Land of the Lustrous. That was bad. Land of the Lustrous, I haven't watched the anime. I've only read the manga. Oh man. Starts off so good. It starts off so good. Land of the Lustrous starts off so good. And you're like, wow. You know, there's a lot that they can do with this. Oh, wow. The sea people? This is interesting. Oh, wow. All these characters are so... They're so ripe for like, full-fledged character arcs. They're so... This is so interesting. This is so cool. Wow. It sucked. Did you finish reading? Yeah, we read everything that was available at the time. We read everything that was available at the time. If there's new stuff now, no, haven't read it. But man, I think it ended with Foz being like shattered and then remade into like a goop demon thing. And she was like ready to go on a killing spree. DK, thank you. PPP, Legend of the Northern Blade manhwa is great. I've not read that. The manga is done now? I probably won't finish it. I probably won't finish Land of the Lustrous. Now that it's completed. You got to the Lunarian arc? Yep. It ended this year apparently. Chat. I knew it was over when we got to the Lunarian stuff. When it got to the Lunarian civilization and they're like, actually the priest is the bad guy. And here's like an e-boy and Karagorn or whatever the fuck her name is a fucking woo cutie pie fucking Himedere Maybe thank you. Watamore manga reminds me of you, Pippa. She has a lot of friends, is doing better in life now, and Tomoko looks like she would let bold grow. Talk about cringe. It was so cringe. It was so cringe. Mal and my Yuri manga, yep. They introduce the king of the Lunarians. And yeah, he turns one of the gems into his Discord kitten. He's like, oh, you gotta stop putting on makeup. You're beautiful the way you are. Echolaya, thank you. Have you read Girls Last Tour or Shimaji Simulation? I have not. I own a copy of the first volume of Girls Last Tour, but I have not read it yet. The anime ends before it gets shitty. Who just said that all characters should be bi? Yeah, but like by default, not by like, don't actually like put a guy in the manga and then make him like in a romantic relationship with one of the girls. They could have had him there and he could have not had a romantic relationship with one of the girls and it would have been infinitely better. First of all, because it wouldn't have been so weird and Discord kitteny. And second of all, Because it wouldn't have happened. Yeah, but don't actually do it. Don't actually have the characters act on it. It's so... Ugh. 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 She's trying to justify her L take. What's the point? Okay, what's the point, dude? What's the point of coming out and being like, okay, this character is specifically straight. This character is specifically gay. Just keep them all bisexual. Keep them all bisexual. It's way better. Neil Harkadev, thank you. I like the speculative fiction anime like Psycho-Pass. Fondue, thank you. On that note, I really enjoyed Kaiju number 8 for that same reason. The world is interesting too. Scoopy, thank you. Chainsaw Man, Bahaman, thank you. Based on the criteria, try Kage no Jitsuryokusha ni Naritakute, or the world's best assassin. Take a look. Take a look. It's called giving them a character. Why is their sexuality gotta be their character? I think you should make a cool character and it shouldn't matter what their sexuality is. Nicholas, thank you. Slime King Slippa is way better than Hiroshi. I mean, there's some character or some stories where it's going to be like intrinsic to their character, right? But like most of the time not. I just present, thank you. Hot Lady School Fights, try Exelian short OVA. Leonardo Rivas, thank you. Watch Tomo-chan as a Girl, underrated rom-com. John Baker, thank you. Claymore fan spotted. Morgan Mason, thank you. Pippa is a high school DxD fan confirmed. I don't remember that. I remember High School of the Dead. Well, Joe, I'm Joe, thank you. Have you seen Rin Daughters of Menozyme? Dark Yuri, some fights? I have not. Oh, thank you. 30 Pair, 90s classic. Others, Tenchi Muyo, Al Hazard, Ranma Half, 80s, Urusei Yatsura. I have been wanting to watch Urusei Yatsura, but just don't do romance. True. True. Here's my shit opinion. I don't think stories should have romance in them unless they're a romance story explicitly. There's my shit take. There's my highly specific take. If I'm watching a story where cool people are doing cool things, I'd rather just watch them do cool things. DK, thank you. You'll probably love Kodo no Shirima Senka and Hajigatsu Kokodoka Boku wa Kimi ni Kawareru. It's both horror. It depends, but on average, yeah. It does depend. It does depend. There are some stories where it's like, okay, yeah, this does make sense. But in most stories, it's like, cool, there's a love interest. How does this, like, add anything? Like, the fucking Dune, dude. Dune 2. I didn't even watch Dune 1. I went to the fucking theater with my parents. They were like, do you want to watch Dune? And I was like, okay. And I didn't realize it was going to be Dune 2. Daniel's here, thank you. If why make media for everyone, you appeal to no one? Nah, man. Nah, man. And the romance with that one chick, it's like, what the fuck? Zendaya, I think her name is. I don't know. I don't remember what her character name is. It's like, what the fuck? Stupid ass fucking relationship with some annoying bitch. The romance has no depth. It has no depth. They should just be battle partners. But why did you only watch the sequel? I didn't go into wanting to watch Dune, alright? I watched it because my parents wanted to watch it. Well, Leozi, thank you. I recently read all of Haite Kudasai Takahime-san. The entire premise is that the class president can rewind time by removing her underwear. It's shamelessly hot and I like what I like. Romance movie sucks. Movie romance sucks. They messed up on that royally. There's actually a lore reason. Why do you keep skipping every movie series and only watching the sequel? I'm not doing it intentionally. Like Iman, thank you. Only for a good dumpster fire, watch the dub of Needless. Skeptical Panda, thank you. It gets good. Episode 67. Just hang in there. She's extremely important to Dune, though. One Dune 2, she sucked. Philsor, Kyram, thank you. This is not the classic Overwatch I remember. Drexel, thank you. Base Pipstick is generic incel power fantasy. There's no higher level of thinking going on here, just brain rot. Kendall Isaac, thank you. Chat in thirds. Third here to disagree with Pippa. Third to tell her she's based. And third to watch her blow things up in real time. Drexel, thank you. Psychopaths is a critique of profiling and how it's dangerous to condemn people for how they think instead of how they act. Like 1984, but for Twitter. Yeah, I didn't like it. Lisan Olgib. Euphoria, thank you. For the $20, dudes. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Rock'em Sock'em, thank you. No matter what JoJo fans think of each part, they all disagree. They all agree that JoJo, at its worst, is only average/mid. It speaks to the quality of the whole product. True. I still can't believe I like JoJo as much as I do. Smokey, thank you. My anime recommendation is give Read or Die, the 3-episode of OVA, a try. It has some charm. There's a TV anime that came later. I would pass on that. Corky Dan, thank you. Place your pen is correct 95% of the time. Mohammed, thank you. Dizzy, what's your worst anime take? Power Hunger, thank you. I enjoyed Overwatch 1, hated Overwatch 2, and I'm interested enough in this classic mode to play it, to watch it, but not play it. Truly a Blizzard moment. Reinhard goes, thank you. A good anime is Keijo with sport anime. About butt fighting, and they have special moves like shonen. That does not seem like it would interest me. Alex Blackfoot, thank you. Critical Role is to TTRPG what porn is to sex. Oh, okay. Drexel, thank you. Base there like that. Next Angeles, thank you. There's an old comedy movie from '99 taking place in Singapore in the 70s about a guy obsessed with Bruce Lee signing up for a disco dance competition so he can buy a motorcycle with the prize money. Oh. Megumin, thank you. Pippa, I really appreciate your attitude and perspective on things. I have a fucking spot on my screen and it's making it hard to read the super chats. You're thoughtful and usually have reasonable takes. Yeah. Thank you for your streams. They're both funny and relaxing. Well, thank you, thank you. Thank you, thank you. Mild LSD, thank you. A lot of rich people are narcissistic do-nothings who wag their fingers at the lower class for not doing enough. True! True and real. The fact that they have money is not the problem I have with them. It's both for me. Aaron G, thank you. Just be a millennial on Adderall. Easy. Nuclear helper, thank you. Natural talent equals cutie marks from My Little Pony. Aaron G, thank you. Already have one. Stop encouraging my addiction. I would like to go on a small little tangent here. With My Little Pony, people are like, oh man, cutie marks are like slavery, man. Like once you get your cutie mark, you're like bound to do that thing forever and there's no point in doing anything else ever. And it's like, no. No. If you would just watch the show, you know, like you don't have to if you don't want to. But usually it's like fans of the show who have this stupid ass take. And it's like in My Little Pony, one of the main characters, there's 6 main characters, and one of them is named Rarity, and her cutie mark is a diamond, and her special talent is finding gemstones. But what she's known for, and what everybody loves her for, is dressmaking. Everyone loves her fashion. She opens like a boutique and everything. Why are people so stupid? Why are people so stupid? Can't confirm, I watched the show. Legit, there must be such a tiny minority of a minority that started that take. Yeah. Somebody really fucking stupid said that once and everybody just ran with it. Baka, thank you. Give Bento a try if you have time. It's literally Fight Club Lunchables. Bento? Is an anime? An anime called Bento? Ponies wear dresses, yeah. That's it, thank you. Today! Funny man, thank you. YouTube's obtained. Thanks for the beep 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 screech. Thank you. And thank you everybody who bought my YouTubes! Thank you, thank you, thank you! Thank you, thank you, thank you. I really appreciate it. I wonder if I technically should have bought one. I never got a plushie. Which in hindsight. Maybe I can just ask. Maybe I can ask you two. Can I have a figure this time? For some reason I just assumed that you get one for free. But ask management quickly. Okay. Bugabur, thank you. You should check out Titan AE, a very underrated film. Bugabur, thank you. If you want a highly underrated anime movie to... It was the fucking Titan one again. Titan AE. Tiny. I'll look it up. I'll look it up. Mr. Rage, thank you. Temma, don't play Overwatch. Where's our Pippa Nendoroid? No Pippa. No Piplushie is crazy. Yeah, I don't have a Piplushie. Agreesman, thank you. If you buy a Battle.net Battle Pass, Blizzard just sends a hit squad to your house to beat you up. Geeky Ramiz, thank you. USG. Melchior, thank you. Find you from AI Presidents Play Games Arc. Melchior, thank you. You're fun to watch. Love when you troll Philly. And thank you. Geeky Ramiz, thank you. Hazel. Titan E is on the good side of okay. Lost Soldier, thank you for the 20 PPs. Thank you. Okay, I think I'm caught up. I think I'm caught up on all the super chats. Maybe. 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 Oh wait, no, I have the ones from the Mr. Beast stream. Okay. Hold on. Okay. Okay, this is Mr. Beast and tonight's. Okay, oh, shortlist. Oh, wait, never mind. Never mind. Back to reading. Onwin, thank you. Someday she might love us. Michael, hi. Thank you. Quite thank you. The translator is probably confused by your lisp. First it was a Japanese name, thank you. Now we can laugh when your ESL inevitably breaks the EN subs. Oh, Merkel Hopper, thank you. I don't like language, we know. Oh, thank you. Chat, you only have 18 hours to buy a Pippa figure with the same English speaking ability as the real one. What the fuck? Thanks, Angelas. Oh, wait. Thank you. My Pony OC was called Logic. Logic Gate. His cutie mark is a file folder with binary code on it. He was very talented in anything involving computers. FYI, they have comp tech in the show, but it's old 50s kind. Hell, thank you. Chat, you only have... Alright, with that. Nuclear Halberd, thank you. Pippa Pog. Oh, man, thank you. Konbanwa, JP Chato. Pipkin Pippa channel. Yoroshiku onishimatsu. It's a man, thank you. I think if I was a YouTuber, I would fear the sentence CoffeeZilla made a video on you, like the US president hearing about the second tower. Pekko, thank you. Done more harm than good. Paradoxical Madness, thank you. Another cursed. It's so Jover. Xena, thank you. Mr. Beast, more like Mr. Smoke, but actually he is Mr. Pants on Fire liar and he's actively setting fires. Malcolm Blank, thank you. He's 100% sole beneficiary, bro. The person was a president, thank you. Some chatters have selective hearing. Bahamut, thank you. Does this mean the Antichrist memes were real? Angel, thank you. I bought your plushie. Can't wait for it to arrive. Hell yeah! Cat was taken, thank you. Get that bag or Mr. Beast will put you in third place in hide and seek video. Morals are for people who don't get that bag. You lost the game, thank you. The government got a hold of Pippa to sell out chat. That was obviously the offer. Thank you. Those offers weren't lewd, right? We can still look at you in your eyes and call you innocent, right? Welcome, Lang, thank you. Gender position on sus Mediterranean island. Kobe Octal, thank you. Basically, you've been given offers that would sacrifice your integrity and morality in exchange for life-changing money, and you reflect on it and think, what if? At least that's what I understand it. Yeah. TPPC Stack, thank you. If it's legal, yes, I would. Melisny, thank you. Anyway, this stream is sponsored by PETA and the ATF and a combined effort to get animals off the streets. Whoa! Ashkay, thank you. On the hand, I'd be happy to see you get that bag PP. On the other hand, it would be bad/sad long-term problem. Fire Hunger, thank you. Pippa playing slots on Kick next week confirmed. Random Drifter, thank you. I have the motto, I ain't gay, but $20 is still $20. Smokesuck, thank you. Stay true to yourself and you will live a life without regrets. Bahamut, thank you. You offer $5, I get gripper pics. No! Thanks, Mike, thank you. So is this why you want to go to Malaysia? Tom, thank you. Pippa is flexing hard tonight, bros. Thanks for caring. C-Neck, thank you. Most likely, you made the right call since most shitty offers cost more in the long run, and there's no guarantee that you'll get the money in the end. True. Tizzy, thank you. Delete System 32. Zentetsu, thank you. Have you tried turning it off and on again? Pretty Gold, thank you. Here's new PC money so you don't have to do shady backroom deals. Thank you, thank you. Very good, thank you. Pippa, just take the $1 million Raid Shadow Legends sponsorship. Leonardo Rivas, thank you. Control Shift Escape brings Task Manager. That's it, thank you. What did you last restart, Pips? Chris Crinkle, thank you. I swear this never happens to me. So that's how my ex felt when I drank too much that night. What? Mr. Air, thank you. I knew it. She's mining crypto for Mr. Beast. Malurga Ferg, thank you. Only thing like this could happen to you. Only something like this could happen to you. Beautiful Joe, thank you. Pippa got that Ponko smug look. Someone, thank you. We caught the yabbit. Ashkai Johnny, thank you. Nature of the product. He put his name behind. Yep. Idiot Care, thank you. What do you think of Peanut Coin? Rip Peanut. Rest in peace, Peanut. Smokesuck, thank you. I legit paid off my car with a profit after the Doge spike a few years back. Congratulations. Greaseman, thank you. The way your brain works makes no sense. How can you be self-aware about being human while falling into long-term soul entrapment? I am not a logical being. Raging Furball, thank you. Goddamn, Pippa plushie is going for 200 plus on eBay. Priest man, thank you. Oh, I read that. Xiao Ayumo, thank you. I hate this gangster computer god society. Nikolai Halbert, thank you. Couldn't you buy a Tesla and Doge? Malosity, thank you. Only good thing crypto/NFTs are good for is to not fully rely on advertisers, which is like sawing your leg off so you don't lose an arm. First Kringle, thank you. Pippa, do you have a Throne account? I do not. If so, you should put a new laptop/PC on there if you haven't already. I'm sure a good portion of chat would be willing to help fund that. King Bent Pins, thank you. Try Brave based on Chromium. That's what I use. But the subtitle tool only works in Chrome. God, I forget what it's called. I have a .bat file that runs it on my PC, which sounds suspicious. That sounds suspicious, but Oakland Tempo, thank you. Oh wait, our King Benton, thank you. Yes, love how you're a realist, rare quality. Clean money will come, brands will notice you deserve it. Oh, thank you. Oakland Tempo, thank you. Overwatch on Kick, RJ Morlock, thank you. I don't think anybody deserves anything in life, but thank you. Not bad is dangerous. Oh, and here's tonight's list. Okay. Dr. K. Ross, thank you, ladies and gentlemen. I present to you Timu Pakora, CPPC Tech, thank you, because it's taking CPU power to locally process. Usala, thank you. Bye, JP, bro. Background noise, thank you. Yellowed Fish for express delivery of new PC. Private Gain, thank you. Apparently Overwatch 2 CPU usage is less than YouTube CPU usage. It's hip to wear soap, thank you. F. Background noise, thank you. And Demon, thank you. Emotional support, Supa, thank you. I am a little bit too easily made Menhera. Stream dying earlier, I was like, oh my, like, that sent me into a downward spiral, I'm not gonna lie. Thank you for good luck. Cute and adorable bunny, the Ferrari kid, thank you. Hi Pippa, just want to say that your streams and videos always brighten my day. Thank you so much for the fun, amazing content. Thank you. PTN Fiend, thank you. American history is world history. And W, thank you. Whoever has the best crab rangoon. Krista, thank you. Pipkin Pippa is my favorite education streamer. Zachary Rolex, thank you. Bro got one for all. Pizza Man, thank you. Fun fact, Singapore actually didn't want independence. They got kicked out of Malaysia because they feared the diversity would lead to ethnic tensions. So fucked up. Potato Radio, thank you. American dude chewed gum and got caned like 20 years ago. Also, it would be close-ish to Wemmy. Pizza Man, thank you. I would recommend looking into the history of Singapore and Lee Kuan Yew specifically. It's incredibly interesting how one dude made the country. Spoilers, we did. I don't know, thank you. Singapore government, there's too many... You know what? That's not even... It's not yab to say that. The Singaporean government, there's too many ethnics on this block. Unironically, that's what they said. That's what they fucking said. Maldeos, thank you. You want to move here? Unfortunately, we have too many white people. Come back when you're darker or the others pass away. It's so wrong. Oh my god. Jesus Christ. Saika, thank you. As a local, I don't want to see Mindy. It's embarrassing. Bloody Emperor Aristocrat Astartes, thank you. You can also look up an investigative interview. Singapore 50 years after independence. 45th St. Gallen Symposium, where our current president Tharman destroyed the rude and disruptive BBC interviewer. Potato Radio, thank you. So, the Dance of Nation 2023. Pizza Man, thank you. Lee Kuan Yew's body hearing them sing in JP. James Spinner, thank you. An actual leader can be boss. Brown, thank you. Thank you for visiting. Thank you for sharing. Ready, thank you. Tell Fisherman to come to Singapore for AFA, Rabbit. AFA. Alright. Why is it wrong? Okay, it feels wrong. It feels wrong. You know, Singapore's free to do whatever the fuck they want. Alright? Not my fucking country. They are. And they're doing well, so. It just feels wrong to be like, all right, there's too many people of a specific ethnic group on this block, spread out. It's funny though. That guy really didn't like Dutch people. Oh my god, it's working for them. It is working for them. Oh man. Alright. Thank you so much everybody for coming out. Thank you so much to all the Singaporeans for providing me with so much content. I don't think I would have ever looked in to Lee Kuan Yew without viewers suggesting him, especially not without them suggesting him so often. I did like the songs. There's so much crazy shit. What a funny country. Right now, thank you. Have you seen the Japanese commercial for mouse computers? It's awesome. I have. I have a newfound respect for Singapore, a city-state that before today I knew like nothing about. Hell yeah. The more you know. The more you know. The more you know. Alright, thank you guys so much for stopping by. My name's Pipkin Pippa, and I will see you tomorrow. Otsu Grange! Till they bubbles away, till they bubbles away, till they bubbles away, till they... Away till they, till they.
Till day fuffles away, till day fuffles away, till day.
I thought that was the original version, but it wasn't. It was me singing along with it.
Tuesday through Saturday, we'll see you again soon. A few hours past noon. Drinking, watching, reacting, backseat game. ISP problems left winning. What the hell is Pippa eating? Marmot, Spanish, chatters go ham. Miss Super Chats win. Will Pippa some come back? We hope you enjoyed your stay. Your favorite streamers live. So today she'll be offline. Good baby, we'll see you again soon. Leave a like and bob to the outro tune. Next stream we'll argue and laugh. Next stream we'll have a blast. Stick around to see who Pippa raids. Read the chat rules and say, hey dude, we'll stream again soon. Come back again. And remember us when you hit message send. Till day fluffles away, till day fluffles away.